Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. We are on day 23, Michelle Troconis. We're going to get this going. I don't know why it said PM on there. It says AM on all my stuff, so not really sure, chat. So we're going to get this rolling, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so let's just get started. I know there's not much to it. It's Michelle Troconis. We're starting to find out the cell phone data shows there's some lapses in time, but that does kind of sync up with the idea that Michelle said she hadn't heard from him all day, but it sounds like there had been some phone calls. So it's like, did you really not hear from him? We're starting to see there's some parts on Michelle's story that aren't adding up fully, but even then, that's still, is this enough to sink her? I don't think so. I mean, it's a very, 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 very circumstantial case at this point, still, in my opinion. So we'll see what happens there. Okay. So, hope you guys are having a nice President's Day, by the way. Why is this not playing? So, we are going to also start off with, if you guys, we covered it on Saturday night as well, the whole issue with the Michelle and her mom looking at court documents and her leaking documents out into the world. The judge is going to come out with his ruling. We're going to go through that real quick just because I do think that's an interesting part of the story, and we'll let that go forward. So here we go. So here we go. I'll pin the message in a second.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Please be seated. When we concluded the session yesterday, the court had been informed that there had been a possible disclosure of an evaluation report that the court ordered sealed yesterday. The court indicated that the state, who had indicated to the court that a note was passed to the state, would investigate to find out from whom the note came, how that person would know whether there was a violation of the court order to seal, and any other information that the court would, or rather the state could develop concerning the allegation yesterday. So the court will hear from the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Judge, we were able to conduct an investigation in the evening hours last night, and we were able to speak with the witness who passed the note, Ms. Carrie Love. She provided a written statement to our office late last night. Additionally, we were able to pull footage from YouTube, which corroborated Ms. Love's statement. There were additional witnesses to what occurred as well from the state's attorney's office. I'll just indicate, Your Honor, that our investigation has revealed the following: that the defendant absolutely had the sealed report on her computer screen, that it was being displayed in violation of a court order, and that the defendant's mother attempted to prevent her from being discovered as having violated that order by tapping her on the shoulder and bringing it to her attention that we were about to address it with the court. And so that's what our investigation has revealed. Now, we were prepared to go forward this morning with the contempt hearing, if that was the court's pleasure. The court has indicated to us that it doesn't wish to take it up at this time due to the fact that we do have a jury that is waiting, and we are trying to get to a resolution of this case. But it is amazing that nearly 5 years after Jennifer Dulos' death, that this defendant still will not let her rest in peace. Judge, we're asking that the defendant's mother be ejected from the remainder of the proceedings. This is not the first time that we have brought an issue concerning the defendant's mother to the court's attention. Now, the first time we brought it up, we did it at sidebar. We indicated that we received information that the defendant's mother was mouthing to the jury. We indicated that we didn't wish to make a spectacle of it. Counsel assured us that they would speak with the mother, and I know the court recalls that conversation. And now this is the second incident in which the defendant's mother has injected herself into the proceedings in a very inappropriate way. And I'll just indicate, I'm expecting some argument. Well, the Farber family blows kisses at people and makes hearts at people, things of this nature. First I'm hearing of it this morning. And we've spoken with them in the interim. But this is now a second strike for the defendant's mother. And I'm asking that the court eject her from the remainder of the proceedings. Her conduct is inappropriate. And the fact that she tried to prevent the defendant from getting caught by tapping her on the shoulder, and then the YouTube clip you'll see, the defendant immediately takes action with respect to her computer. So I don't make this request lightly, Judge. I have to say I've been practicing law for nearly 15 years, and this is the first time that I think I've ever made such a request. But this is beyond the pale, and I'm asking that the court do something about it, pending the contempt proceeding.
Your Honor, Attorney McGinnis's comments reveal just how highly charged this trial has been and how much emotion there's been in the courtroom. We have taken steps to avoid and ignore any negative interaction and to try to focus on the evidence in this case and on ensuring that the evidence goes before the jury without any interruption. As Your Honor knows, we've talked repeatedly to the media to ensure that they were not able to pick up anything on our computer screens, anything that was on our table of evidentiary value. I have confirmed with them that, in fact, they have taken those steps. They've complied repeatedly and ensured that they've been in compliance with the court's orders. As far as if we are addressing today, Mr. Troconis' mother being in court, we did talk to her about the allegations last time. We did not note that she was making any inappropriate movements, gestures, signals in any way. And we have no evidence other than a statement from Jennifer Dulos' friends and family that in fact occurred. I do not understand why the state is suggesting that any interaction that Mr. Troconis' mother had with her about putting something on her screen, taking something off of her screen, has to do with avoiding getting caught for something. That's just an inference that doesn't seem to be based on anything that I've heard so far. I know Your Honor is taking up those allegations at another time. However, what I will address right now is the fact that there have been other interruptions and disruptions and comments that have been made in the courtroom galley that we ignored and will continue to ignore. We don't feel the need to put anything on the record. We've addressed it with Your Honor in chambers. I don't know why that needed to be put on the record now, but rest assured, Your Honor, we've taken steps to speak to Michelle Troconis' family, to speak to Michelle, and ensure that there are no further disruptions. Her computer is not here today because I'm not going to be focusing on what somebody has or doesn't have on their computer. We need to listen to the evidence and ensure that what's supposed to come in before the jury comes in and what's supposed to stay out stays out.
Thank you. This court makes every effort to conduct proceedings in a fair and efficient and dignified manner. This court makes every effort to show counsel and the defendant respect. What the court is not going to countenance are competing pep rallies like you have in high school. The defendant supporters and the state supporters. This is not high school. The court is not going to become a hallway monitor. So if there are efforts to communicate with a jury or a witness, you will be removed. No hearing, just removed. There will be no computer use other than by counsel in the courtroom. There will be no communication with the gallery at any time. There will be no attempts to show your approval or disapproval of a witness's testimony, or you will be removed. Court is not going to take up a formal contempt hearing today. The court will schedule a contempt hearing at the earliest after the defense rests. That's at the earliest. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge, we have one witness, and then we have Detective Kimble, and we're going to be
So, guys, yeah, that's a pretty drastic thing. She's no longer allowed to use a laptop, and there will be a contempt hearing, but he's not going to hold it until after the trial is over, because yeah, it'll just bog down everything. They don't want to wait. He doesn't want to make the jury's time wait. He doesn't want to waste their time. Doesn't want to waste the court's time. Like, we just got to get this. We got to keep going. So he is not thrilled. Now he's already determining that Michelle is guilty on that, but he's just looking at it saying, I don't have time to screw around with this. Look, she's not touching a laptop anymore. And he's told everybody else is on warning to quit screwing around too. So that's the thing, guys. If you're ever a victim in a case, or your family member, you're the family member of a victim, don't go up and do the heart signs to the juries, or we love you. Don't do it, guys. Don't do that shit. You will fuck things up for your own case, for your loved one. Oh, I love him and care about him. You're making sure the bad guy gets away. So don't do that. Don't do that.
playing the third interview in its entirety. I believe it's 3 hours and 50 minutes. I gave another copy to the defense last night.
Oh, it's going to be horrible.
So I know the court is going to be taking additional breaks, but I just want to let the court know what we have on schedule for today.
Thank you. We can bring the jury out, please.
Trish, this is a good question. Is it normal? I mean, it's not abnormal. Typically, most defendants don't have the kind of money they can afford a laptop and stuff, but it's not abnormal in this situation. She had access to whatever it was, the stuff they're presenting and going through. Certainly, Michelle is sophisticated enough to know how to use a laptop. She has her own laptop. Whatever they gave her was a controlled access, so she can only view. Certainly, they only gave her stuff she could view, but not stuff she could hold on to. Or if she did, she was under the understanding she couldn't let anybody else see it. Now, the fact that her mom was peering over her shoulder the whole time indicates that it's some sort of limited access viewing she could do. So, at least that's how I'd look at it. Access, don't do what the Vickers family does. Yeah, not in court. Don't do that stuff in court. So, just leave it all alone. An unhung hero for $2 says, "Oh, I'm gonna come." Well, don't come. Don't come. So that's a very good question, Trish. So let's keep going.
Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the state call Scott Grinrod to the stand, please.
You could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Scott Grinrod, S-C-O-T-T. Last name is Grinrod, G-R-I-N-D-R-O.
Sir, you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, good. How are you?
By whom are you employed, sir?
M&T Bank.
Okay. Now, did that used to be People's Bank?
Yes, it was People's Bank until 2022 when they merged.
How long have you worked well, did you work for People's Bank as well as M&T?
Yeah, I was hired by People's in 2015, May.
And with the merger to M&T Bank, did you retain your employment with that company?
Yes, I did.
What is your role with the company?
I'm a security representative currently.
Okay, what are some of your duties and responsibilities?
Currently as a security representative, I oversee the branches, but with Peoples, we did all the video, all the alarm codes, all the card access program. We ran all of that out of the command center.
Where is command center?
Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Okay. Well, how many people do you work with respect to all the videos from the branches?
There was only 3 of us in the command center. We worked 24/7.
Okay. And were you working in that role in 2019?
Yes, I was.
Was that also at the command center?
Yes, in Bridgeport.
Did that, command center encompass a bank branch in Avon, Connecticut?
Yes, it did.
Would that be People's Bank off of West Main Street?
Yes, it was.
Is there a video surveillance on that ATM at what was People's Bank on West Main Street?
Yes, there was.
And are you familiar with that area, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and are you familiar with the video surveillance at that ATM?
Yes, I am.
In what way?
Just viewing it as needed during different transactions as asked.
Now, in 2019, sir, was a request made to download a video from that bank branch
Yes, there was.
for May 29th, 2019?
Yes.
And were you present when that download occurred?
Yes, I was.
And did you view the video at that time?
Yes, I did.
If I may just have one moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, state's offering 147. I don't believe there's an objection. I would move it in at this time.
That's correct. What is the number, please?
147.
147 admitted as full.
Thank you. So I'm going to have you take a look at either the screen in front of you or right behind you. And open a file marked People's Bank. And I'm gonna press this. Sir, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen?
Yes, that's Avon's branch. And that'd be the camera coming up to the ATM.
And the date and time, sir?
It was Wednesday, May 29th at 2:31 p.m.
And the player that it's being played on, is that the player that was used in 2019?
Yes, visual intelligence.
Is the time correct, sir?
Yes, it is.
Is there a way, well, let me ask you this. At the command center, did you have access to all the video surveillance in Connecticut for the banks?
Yeah, we had access to all of Connecticut, all of New England, all the branches that people owned.
Was the time synced for all of the videos?
Yes, what it is, a DVR goes into the server inside the branch. That branch is connected to the People's Bank United server in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And that's how you get your date and time.
I'm going to have you take a look at the video, please. Thank you.
Uh-oh, that's not a good look for Michelle. Uh-oh. You know, me and Fotis, we not talk. Oh, no. I just clean. He looks pretty good for him to cut up his wife. He seems pretty laid back.
Actually, just going to pause it there, sir. Is that the view from the ATM machine at the bank?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this vehicle, is this a drive-up ATM?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and inside the view, the individual reaching out, is he reaching towards an ATM machine, or what is he reaching towards?
Yeah, he's reaching directly at the ATM machine.
And the passenger side, where the female is located, is there any bank incident or bank camera that focuses on that side of the vehicle?
No, there's not.
Okay. If I can, I'll just finish playing the video. Okay. Thank you very much. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
I just have a couple of questions, and may I just ask you to leave the...
You want to put that up?
Yeah, just if you could put up that same stop
Or should I just have a couple of questions?
Sure.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
So we can just, all right, that'll be a good place to stop it. This car is reflecting something that is where the camera is, correct?
Correct.
And that's the screen for the ATM, right?
Correct.
So when you see the driver there reaching out, he's actually, it's a push screen, correct? Like touch screen?
Right.
And then it looks like in the reflection, he put his ATM card into the machine that we're sort of seeing in reflection of the side of the car, correct? In reverse, though.
Correct.
Okay. In order to find this particular clip, did you have to look for a particular client account?
No, we were given a date and a time period, obviously when the transaction occurred, and that's what we burned.
Oh, and did you also, however, look into or try to obtain the account information as to what the transaction was?
We don't have access to accounts.
Oh, okay. So what you did was was
Was-
just get the camera.
Exactly.
And you then downloaded that and then provided it, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Is there a redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
So you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Keep it brief and moving. Good idea.
If I may just return this to the clerk, Your Honor.
Judge, just before I call my next witness, I wanted to put something on the record, and I did bring this to the court's attention yesterday, just for the jury's benefit. When I was examining Kristen Maydell back on February 5th, I asked her the following question. This is from page 16 of that transcript. But I want you to assume the following facts are true. I want you to assume that the defendant, in her third interview with the police, indicated to them that she had held a bag open for Mr. Dulos as he deposited something in the bag. Is it possible that her DNA could have gotten on the bag as she was holding it? Answer, yes, that's possible. We know that if you come in contact with something, it is possible for you to leave your own DNA behind on an item. Judge, I misspoke when I gave that particular hypothetical about what the defendant said in her third interview, and I just wanted to apologize to the court. It was inadvertent, but obviously because I misspoke, that hypothetical should be stricken and the jury should be instructed to disregard it. They're going to hear exactly what was said in a moment, so.
Thank you. What the court intends to do is, in its instructions to the jury, remind the jury of that part of the evidence that the state wishes to be stricken.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you.
The state calls Detective John Kimble.
The way they make them do this in front of the jury is so weird. Like, you do this all behind the scenes, and the judge come in and say, you may have heard something from the prosecution earlier that is stricken from the record now. You can disregard it. The way they have to talk through all this in front of the jury is really weird to me. But this is that judge's courtroom, and he gets to do what he wants. So...
And you're still under oath, Detective Kimble, so you may be.
I'm Detective John Kimble, you idiots.
Your Honor, may I just have some exhibits marked for
Yes.
identification?
So, guys, here we go. I'm sure this is probably where they confront Michelle that her stories are so garbage. And yes, I'm sure this jury is absolutely confused about what they're even referencing. I'm sure that jury is very much on the train. It had to absolutely be confusing at this point. Because that's been how many people ago? How many times have they heard stuff? There's no way they know any of that anymore. I agree, Turnips, but this is a confusing case.
Good morning.
Morning, Attorney
Welcome
Gaines.
back.
Thank you, sir.
Detective, where we had left off, you indicated that the defendant had participated in a third interview with the state police. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Did the Connecticut State Police continue to investigate the disappearance of Jennifer Dulos during the summer of 2019?
Yes, we did.
And did the Connecticut State Police learn additional information as the summer progressed?
Yes, we did.
Were arrangements made for the defendant and her attorney, Andrew Bowman, to come into Troop G for a third interview with the police?
Yes.
Who was present for this third interview?
It was myself, Detective Corey Clabby, the defendant, and her attorney, Andrew Bowman.
Was it recorded?
It was, yes.
Where in Troop G was it recorded?
It was recorded in an interview room adjacent to the major crime office.
Now, before we get to the third interview, I want to discuss with you some of the information that you learned between the defendant's June 6th interview and the August 13th interview. Is that all right?
Absolutely, yes.
And I just want to be clear to the court, I'm not offering this for the truth, merely to set up the course of the interview and what they learned in between. I want to direct your attention to a Toyota Tacoma owned by Mr. Pavel Gumini.
Yes.
Did you learn additional information about that Tacoma during the course of the investigation between the second and third interview?
Yes, we did.
What did you learn?
So amongst other things, we learned that we have video of the Tacoma traveling to and from New Canaan on the day of Jennifer's murder, May 24th.
Your Honor, I am going to object to this as being sort of a summary of what is somewhat contested evidence. So it's hearsay, and what he learned, he can certainly talk about what subjects, but to go into the details, I submit is hearsay, and I can't cross-examine if it's not himself that even did these kind of things, so.
Well, the offer is phrased this way. We learned. Now, that could mean from personal knowledge, we observed. It could mean during the course of the investigation, more information was developed. The offer essentially is going to what the state police decided to do as a result of further investigation. And so the court is going to overrule the objection.
Yes, I would just also note, I would also object on grounds of relevancy and materiality because it's allowing this witness to summarize the police investigation rather than the jury deciding based on what the evidence has.
So the state can present its evidence the way the state wants to present its evidence.
Very well.
Overruled.
You indicated that there was information that the Tacoma had gone back and forth to New Canaan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you also receive additional DNA results during the course of the summer?
We did.
And were there any DNA results that were of note with respect to the defendant?
Yes, we received a DNA result that indicated that Michelle Troconis' DNA was present on one of the bags seized from Albany Avenue.
I'm going to also object as a mischaracterization. There was a partial.
Well, now, if an objection is an objection,
Yeah.
and testimony not under oath is testimony not under oath. Overruled.
Just to be clear, you received a DNA report which indicated that there was a likelihood that Michelle Troconis was a contributor to a profile found on a garbage bag. Is that correct?
That is accurate, yes.
With respect to, was there also an additional DNA report from evidence taken from the Tacoma?
Yes. A blood-like substance swatch was removed from one of the seats in the Tacoma, and the DNA results for testing of that swatch indicated that it was consistent with the DNA from Jennifer Dulos.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you also learn information about an establishment known as Russell Speeder's Car Wash?
Yes.
What did you learn about that?
We learned that on Wednesday, May 29th, Michelle Troconis and Fotis Dulos went to Russell Speeder's where the Tacoma was dropped off to have it detailed.
And with respect to Pavel Gumini, did he provide a police interview as well in the interim between the second and third interview?
Yes, he did on July 12th.
And did he provide you information with respect to who had his keys on May 24th, 2019?
He did.
And what did he indicate about his keys to the state police?
In that interview, he indicated that on the day of Jennifer's murder,
Objection.
Well,
I'd ask that that be stricken first of
well,
all.
the witness is indicating what Mr. Gomeni said.
I don't claim the portion which I think Mr. Schoenhorn's objecting to. Perhaps I can just sharpen my question.
Yes.
Judge. He indicated
I'd ask that it be stricken.
that's fine. He indicated on May 24th, all right, about his keys. All right, can you just tell the jury what he indicated to the state police about his Tacoma keys?
he indicated that on May 24th, his keys from his Tacoma went missing, and that when he
Your
and
Honor, I'm
Fotis...
going to object. This is now not only hearsay, but it's mischaracterization of his of
Well,
Mr.
counsel, you have
Gomeni's-
cross-examination concerning what may be considered to be a mischaracterization. This officer is testifying about what the investigation yielded such that certain areas were going to be explored at the third interview. They're not being offered for the truth as the court understands it.
No, but his understanding of what he thinks the other people said, it's not relevant or material. That's my
Counsel, the
concern.
court's view of the evidence is that this, or these areas of inquiry concern what concerned the state police at that third interview.
That's correct, Judge.
Overruled.
You may answer.
So in his interview, Paul Belgolini indicated that when he was leaving 80 Mountain Spring, he saw his keys. When he returned to 80 Mountain Spring with Fotis Dulos, the keys to the Tacoma were not there, and that Michelle Troconis eventually brought the keys back to 80 Mountain Spring.
And that was all information that you learned between the defendant's June 6, 2019 interview and the August 13, 2019 interview. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And were those some of the subject matters that you sought to address with her in that August 13th interview?
Yes.
I want to now direct your attention to a restraining order application that was filed by the defendant. Are you familiar with that application?
Yes, I am.
Your Honor, I think we should have a sidebar at this point. This is, with Margaret, I think we need to have a little discussion about this.
Yeah, I don't disagree. This is getting a little about the actual timing of the murder and all this stuff. Yeah, this stuff, he is not just re-summarizing, he is speculating a little bit as to those things. I don't think that's wrong for Schermerhorn to bring those up like that. No, that's not at all improper. So, let's see what they're oh, come on.
Defense objection is sustained.
Oh, so that's good job. Oh, he got him to ooh, that's good. Good news for Michelle.
Detective Kimble, as part of your investigation, well, have you reviewed residential surveillance footage in connection with this case?
Yes.
I have what has been marked as State's Exhibit 148, Your Honor, which is a disc. I should indicate to the court that this disc is essentially a composite of evidence which has already been admitted, specifically Exhibits 84, 90, and 92. And it also includes some screenshots from those exhibits. So I'd offer that this time.
Yeah, I haven't finished, but it appears that I have no objection. So if suddenly there's one that I hadn't thought, or that's improperly on here, I'll bring it up. But so far, I'm not finding any reason to object. It's just that there's many I can go through.
Thank you. 148?
Yes, sir.
148 admitted as false.
JP, if you look down below in the description,
Detective
you should be
Kimble,
able to
before I
refresh
play,
it and see a description of the case.
148. Firstly, are you familiar with the addresses of 1 Jefferson Crossing, 77 Mountain Spring Road, and 77 Eli Road?
Yes, I am.
And can you just indicate to the
Be right
jury
back, guys.
what town those addresses are located in?
Those are in Farmington.
All right. And as part of the investigation, residential surveillance footage was seized, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I believe there were, in some instances, multiple days that were seized, is that correct? Multiple days of
Yes,
footage?
that's correct.
All right. Well, we're going to focus today on May 24th, 2019, is that all right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm actually going to ask if you wouldn't mind, you're going to be on your feet for a little bit, right?
That's fine.
All right. So Judge, within States 148, which is a disc labeled Kimble 2/16/2024, there is a number of clips and still images. And I'm just going to begin, they're numbered 1 through 36. And I'm just going to begin with clip number 1, if we could just open it and pause it so that we can orient the jury. So Detective Kimble, I'm just going to ask, could you just orient the jury in terms of what address this is seized from? And can you also orient the jury as to the time?
Sure, absolutely. This video is seized from 77 Mountain Spring Road, which is this property here. It shows the entrance in the upper right to 80 Mountain Spring Road. South is in this direction. North is in this direction to the left, where 4 Jefferson Crossing is located. You have timeline, or excuse me, timestamp up top, that timestamp is inaccurate. It is 1 day, 24 hours, and 10 minutes fast. So it's reading 5/25/2019. It is actually 5/24/2019, and the time is reading 12:32 p.m. The time is actually 12:22 p.m. So anytime you see this, you have to remember that you have to go back 1 day and 10 minutes in time, and that's the actual time.
So we're just going to play it at this point. Detective Kimble, was there anything of investigatory interest to you in this clip?
Absolutely. In the upper right-hand corner, the gray or white driveway to 80 Mount Spring is shown, and at 12:22 on the 24th of May, we see a vehicle matching or consistent with the description of the Toyota Tacoma arriving, pulling into the property from the south.
Incidentally, Detective, I should have asked you this earlier, but during your third interview with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you which vehicle she was driving on May 24th, 2019 in the afternoon?
Michelle Troconis indicated she was driving the white Jeep Cherokee.
All right. And I'm just going to pull up now file number 2, labeled 2/1:32 p.m., 77 Eli. All right. So can you just orient the jury to what we're looking at here?
Absolutely. This is surveillance from 77 Eli Road. So Mountain Spring is to the south, and the next road up to the north is Jefferson Crossing. So north is to the left, south is to the right. We're looking at Eli Road.
Now, I want to direct your attention to the white vehicle in the top center of the photograph. What type of vehicle is that?
That appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
All right, and you indicated the defendant said she was operating a white Jeep Cherokee?
That's correct.
And in case I missed it,
Oh, yeah.
to the right is 80 Mountain.
80 Mountain would be to the right, to the south, and Jefferson Crossing would be to the left, to the north.
All right. Oh, and this is 1:32 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct. It's, the timestamp is down here. It's really probably not readable to the jury.
Your Honor, I'm not going to do
So, hey guys, thank you to Jeff and all the Legal Vices writers showing up. This right here is the trial of Michelle Troconis. So, it's going to take a little bit of time here. So, bear with me. Back in 2019, a guy named Fotis Dulos and his wife, Jennifer, they were married. Their marriage fell apart. Jennifer had since filed for divorce. In May of 2019, Jennifer disappeared. May 24th, 2019, so Memorial Day weekend, Jennifer just poof. We don't know where she's at to this day. We still don't. The police searched her house and found a bunch of smears on the ground that lit up under luminol, which looks like blood, but it's not testable for blood because it's been contaminated. The garbage cans in her garage have big old luminol smears all over them. So, well, it looked like there's a lot of blood on the floor and it got cleaned up. So, it's not looking good for Jennifer. They did a little more investigation and they found videotape of Fotis Dulos and his girlfriend, Michelle Troconis, who is currently the defendant, driving around Hartford, Connecticut, because this happened in Connecticut. So they drove to the big town. I mean, it's also Connecticut, so it's this big. And they were dumping off garbage bags full of crap all over town. They got a couple of those bags together, and well, a couple of them had, blood-stained items in it, which, because of what happened and how they did it, the forensic people were not able to test it for blood. But, for example, they found a bra covered in red. They found a shirt covered in red with a bunch of holes in it, like somebody got poked with them with a really sharp item. So, they also found, through one of the co-defendants in this, because a couple people got charged with tampering with evidence, a Toyota Tacoma that was covered in what looked like to be blood-like material under a black light if luminol was applied. The problem was the car had been detailed. So none of it's admissible because none of it can be revealed in the presence of blood. So that's where we are. Back in 2020, Fotis Dulos was indicted for murder of his wife, and he committed suicide. So Michelle Troconis is the only one left alive. Jennifer Dulos was declared dead in 2023, right before this trial started in October. So that's where we are with things. And this is day 23 of that trial. This is a bit of a slog, but so far we know Michelle's story doesn't add up. Her times don't add up. What she says happens doesn't add up. Doesn't add up to what they have video-wise and what they have cell phone-wise. It's a very circumstantial case, but it's not looking good for Michelle. And the biggest thing that ties Michelle to all of this is that she admits to handling one of the items that was disposed of. And there's video of her getting out of the car, and looks like she put something down a storm drain, and those are fake license plates that Fotis had used earlier in the day to kill Michelle or Jennifer with, been involved in her murder. So yeah, it's not a good look for Michelle, but she's still doing okay, but the circumstantial evidence is starting to push the scale a little bit. I mean, we're not going to see anything, I don't think, that says like, oh, I did it, or yeah, I helped chop up the body. But she's been charged with conspiracy to commit the murder, and it's from what we're able to tell so far, her involvement is pretty much predominantly afterwards, although there maybe was some prior planning initially. Most of it's planning after the fact, so that's where she's at. So I know that was long, but there it is. And anyways, Jeff, how are you doing, man? Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. And Trish said, yes, there is a list in the documents of what was tested for with Jennifer, Fotis, and Michelle's DNA, yes. But there was a lot of it, though, where they couldn't get any samples at all. So there's a bunch of issues with what they found. Island is correct. Michelle Troconis fucking hated Jennifer Dulos. She hated the wife. She is the mistress. Yes, they did not get along very well. Michelle had made a statement that has already been brought up in trial that she said you should bury the bitch with the other dog. And Justice said she's the only one left they could punish. Well, Fotis Dulos' attorney at the time is also being charged with evidence tampering. But yes, for the murder itself, Michelle's, the cheese stands alone pretty much. So, yeah, that's kind of where we are. Yep. Alexander says Jennifer's doing fine in my basement. All right, guys, so we're going to get started here. We'll keep going. And this is just the visual stuff. So, like, this white Cherokee is one of the cars that Fotis Dulos had. They also had a black Suburban, a black Ford Raptor, and then a red Toyota Tacoma. So you're going to hear about these, like, 4 cars used all around Memorial Day weekend in 2019.
For each one, but what it
I hope that made enough sense for you guys catching up. If not, I did leave a little bit of a description for it too.
appears that this is all evidence that's already in. We now have a witness who wasn't there, who didn't even collect it.
But what's the objection? What's the grounds?
The objection is it's based on hearsay, it's irrelevant, and it's already in evidence, and therefore it's a waste of time to have this witness re-describe evidence that's already been testified to.
Well, the court understands this entire.
So Island's right. I apologize. My bad. The attorney's being charged with conspiracy to commit murder. They think he was fully in on it. I thought he was just the evidence tampering guy, but nope. He's being charged with murder too. So, oh boy.
Offer to encompass what areas were going to be explored with the defendant at the third interview. Now, if the state represents that these areas will not be explored with the defendant at the third interview, then this is a needless presentation of cumulative evidence. If the state indicates these areas are going to be explored with the defendant at the third interview, the court would overrule the objection.
The trips back and forth from 80 Mountain to 4 Jefferson Crossing were absolutely explored during the third interview. And I also just want to respond to the hearsay objection. The defendant's words are not hearsay, they're admissions by a party opponent, and so that objection is not well taken. She indicated that she was driving the Jeep Cherokee.
I'm not objecting, let me be clear, I'm not objecting to that. I'm objecting to this witness describing what he was told about what's in these videos. That's my concern.
The court has articulated its reasons for overruling the objection.
Next clip is 3. All right. Is this still 77 Eli Road?
This is still 77 Eli Road.
And what is the time, sir?
The timestamp down here is 13:33, which is 1:33 PM on May 24th.
And there appears to be a black SUV-type vehicle in the photograph.
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Also, guys, by this point in the day, Jennifer Dulos is likely to have been murdered probably around 10 o'clock or so in the morning, they think, because they saw her drop the kids off at school. She went back home. She was a stay-at-home mom, I think, at this point still. She dropped her kids off, went back home, and that's the last anybody ever saw of her. So by this point, she is well dead and likely have been chopped up into little pieces by Fotis and probably Michelle.
Vehicle?
I do.
And what is that vehicle, sir?
The vehicle is consistent with the Chevrolet Suburban, owned by Fotis Dulos.
And how do you know that?
The general appearance of the vehicle, the Thule rack on the top, and there is a magnetic 4-group sign adhered to the front passenger door.
And incidentally, during your third interview with the defendant, did she indicate that she was driving the white Jeep Cherokee and Mr. Dulos was driving the Suburban?
Yes,
And that's the Suburban.
yes.
All right. And now we're going to play file number 4. I'm just going to play it and then I'll ask you about it. Okay, firstly, what address is this taken from?
This is surveillance from 77 Mountain Spring showing 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And in that particular clip that we just watched, what did you see of investigatory interest?
So just to remind the jury, north is up here, Jefferson Crossing is up here. The time is 5/24/2019, 1:36 PM. And what I saw was a white Jeep Cherokee coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing, pulling into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring, and less than a minute later, a black Chevy Suburban coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing, pulling in 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Number 5. What are we looking at here, sir?
We're again looking from 77 to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And what is the time here?
The time here is 1:41 PM.
All right. And I want to direct your attention to the upper right-hand portion of the photo. Do you see that white vehicle?
I do, sir.
Now, this is obviously a still shot. However, can you just explain to the jury why this is significant to the investigation?
This is the white Jeep Cherokee leaving 80 Mountain Spring at 1:41 PM, turning right towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
So this is roughly how long after the vehicle has arrived?
You're gonna ask me to do math. Oh my God.
Maybe it'd be easier, just go back to the clip.
From 36 to 41.
All right.
5 minutes.
Okay. And is this from 77 Eli Road, number 6?
Yes, this is.
And what's the time?
It's in the lower hood. I believe it's 1:45
Okay.
PM on the
And,
24th.
All right, and I want to direct your attention to the vehicle in the upper left-hand portion of the photograph. What type of vehicle is that?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And what direction is it headed?
It's coming from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring, traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Clip number 7. All right. We're still at 77 Eli Road here, file number 7, or image number 7, I should say.
Yes.
And what is the time?
It's 1:58 PM.
And directing your attention specifically to the vehicle. What type of vehicle does that appear to be?
That appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And is it heading in the general direction of 80 Mountain Spring Road?
It's heading from the direction of Jefferson Crossing towards 80 Mountain Spring.
And this is image 8. And we're back at 77 Mountain Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what's the time, sir?
2:01 PM.
And was there anything of investigative significance in this image?
Noted a vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson, pulling into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
All right, and we're going to move on to number 9. Still at 77 Mountain in this clip?
That's correct.
What are we looking at?
So we're looking at a vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee pulling out of the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring, turning right, traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
And what's the date and time here?
Date would be 5/24/2019 at 20:25 at this point.
All right, I'm not going to ask you to do math this time. We'll just go to the next clip. This is image number 10. We're back at 77, Eli.
That's correct.
And directing your attention to the vehicle. What type of vehicle does that appear to be?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And maybe for the final time, we'll just orient the jury. As vehicles are going right to left in this photograph, it'd be heading in the general direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing. Is that correct?
They're going from right to left. Yes, correct. 80 Mountain Spring is to the right, Jefferson Crossing is to the left.
And did I ask you the time?
You did not, but it appears to be 2:28 PM.
All right, pause it. All right, I'm just going to pause it there. Just, if you could, just orient the jury to what we're looking at here.
All right. So this is Jefferson Crossing, the road. Eli Road is off to the right. This road runs east-west. This residence right here is for Jefferson Crossing, where Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis resided together. This is from the perspective of 1 Jefferson Crossing, the residence directly across the street, looking south at 4.
And I believe this is the Swanson's residence. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And if we just play the clip. Actually, just before, we could just pause it at 13 seconds. I want to just orient the jury to 4 Jefferson Crossing here, if we could. 4 Jefferson Crossing has multiple chimneys. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, I want to direct your attention to the chimney on the far left. If you could just point that out for the jury. And you're indicating with your right index finger, basically the dead center of the photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Is there any smoke coming out of the chimney?
There does not appear to be any smoke coming out of that east chimney.
All right.
And the time is 2:30.
Incidentally, is this a motion activated camera, if you know?
Yes, this is a ring camera, so this camera only activates when there's motion within a close proximity to the camera.
Understood. And we're just going to go on to image number 12. All right, with respect to image number 12, we're still at 1 Jefferson Crossing, is that correct?
Correct, looking at 4 Jefferson Crossing.
All right, just going to play the clip now, and I'm going to ask if you could focus on that chimney. Do you see anything coming out of the chimney?
Your Honor, I have to object. The jury can see whatever they can see. What this witness says or how he's going to interpret what's in these videos is, I suggest, his lay opinion. The jury is perfectly able to see whatever it is that is in the video.
Wow.
Well, the court agrees with counsel's objection, but the issue of the chimney apparently is part of the state's case. So the court is going to allow the specificity concerning the chimney, but the observation is up to the jury.
All right, if we could just replay that. And I'll ask you again, do you see smoke coming out of the chimney? All right, and if you could just indicate with your right index finger where it is.
Chimney's right there.
Stunning footage, guys, I know. Yes, the smoke means they elected a new pope.
Detective Kimble, just while that video is playing, would this have been before or after that vehicle consistent with a white Jeep Cherokee was observed heading back in the general direction of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
This video is after the white Jeep Cherokee was seen heading towards Fort Jefferson.
And image 13 in that same photo? Is this still 1 Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, it is.
And does there appear to be smoke?
There does not appear to be smoke rising from that east chimney. The time for this is 3:12 p.m.
And now we're going to go to 14. And just direct your attention back to that same chimney. Does there appear to be smoke?
This is 3:25 p.m. and there appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney of Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Incidentally, when you spoke with the defendant on August 13th,
I think so,
did
a
she
little
indicate
bit.
to you whether or not she ever returned to 4 Jefferson Crossing after having initially gone to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
She indicated she did, yes.
And did she tell you where Mr. Dulos was during that time period?
She indicated when she was returning to Fort Jefferson, Mr. Dulos remained at 80 Mountain Springs.
Image number 15. All right, so we're back at 7070 Eli, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the time?
3:53 p.m.
And directing your attention to the vehicle displayed in the photograph, what does that vehicle appear to be?
Appears to be a white Jeep Cherokee
And it's heading in the direction of 80 Mountain, is that correct?
coming away from Fort Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And we're back at 77 Mountain in image.
That's
number-
correct, looking at 80.
I think this is image 16. All right, so what's the date and the time here?
The corrected date is 5/24/2019. The corrected time, it would be at this point, 3:56 p.m.
And the first vehicle that went by in the video, what did that vehicle appear to be?
Appeared to be a white Jeep Cherokee.
And where did it go?
It came from Fort Jefferson Crossing, the direction of, and it entered the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Number 17. All right, so that is 77 Mountain Spring Road, correct?
Correct.
And the corrected time is May 24th, 2019 at about 4:03 PM. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you indicate to the jury whether or not you witnessed any vehicles exiting the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway?
Yes, a vehicle consistent with the black Chevy Suburban exited 80 Mountain Spring, took a right on the Mountain Spring Road, traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Incidentally, during your third interview with the defendant, did she ever indicate to you whether or not she drove the black Suburban back to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Yes, she indicated that she had parked the white Jeep Cherokee, and because of the way she parked it, she needed to take the black Chevy Suburban. So she indicated she did take the Chevy Suburban at some point.
This is image 18. Back at 77 Eli, directing your attention to the date and time, please.
Date 5/24/2019, time is 4:07 PM.
And directing your attention to the vehicle. Do you know which vehicle that is?
That appears to be the Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos. You have the vehicle description and you have the Thule on top,
And it's heading back towards Fort Jefferson
and it's
Crossing?
heading from 80 towards Fort Jefferson.
Image 19. What time and date is image 19?
Date is 5/24/2019, the time is 4:20 PM.
And I want to direct your attention to the vehicle. What vehicle is that?
This appears to be the Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos. You have the general vehicle appearance, the Thule rack, and on the right-hand passenger door, the floor group magnetic sign. And it's coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mountain Spring.
Image 20. So image 20, we're back at 77 Mountain, is that correct?
That's correct.
And the corrected time, May 24, 2019, at approximately 4:23 in the afternoon?
Correct.
All right. I want to direct your attention to the vehicle that drove by. Which vehicle did that appear to be, and where did it go?
That appeared to be the black Chevy Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos, coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing and driving
Objection in
into.
characterizing who was driving it. He could only describe it as the vehicle, but he's not narrating his own opinion, which is not even set forth in
Well,
the.
the court heard the testimony as, and perhaps the court didn't hear it correctly, owned by Fotis Dulos.
Oh, I'm sorry, I withdraw my objection.
And just to clarify, the defendant actually indicated to you that she went to 80 Mountain Spring Road with the Suburban at some point, is that
That's
correct?
correct, yes.
Or excuse me, Fort Jefferson with the Suburban.
Went from 80 to Fort Jefferson, yes.
Okay.
We plan to take the recess in 5 minutes.
Yes, Judge, I will try to, and I'll endeavor to finish this. I'm sorry. This is image 21. Excuse me. Image 21 is this corrected date is May 24, 2019 at 4:58 PM, correct?
That's correct.
And directing your attention to the vehicle in the image, what vehicle does that appear to be?
Appears to be the 2014 Ford Raptor, owned by Fotis Dulos.
And it's turning into 80 Mountain?
And it's starting in 80 Mountain Road, coming from the north, coming from the direction of Fort Jefferson.
All right. And image 22A, could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is from 77 Mount Spring looking at 80. And what I see is what appears to be the Raptor having pulled out of the 80 Mountain Spring Road driveway, turning right and traveling north towards Fort Jefferson.
And did you say the date and time?
Date 5/24/2019, time 5:02 PM.
Image 22B. Corrected date and time, May 24, 2019 at 5:02 PM. I want to direct your attention to the upper right-hand portion of the photograph. Could you just indicate to the jury what we're looking at there?
I see what appears to be the white Jeep Cherokee backing out of 80 Mountain Spring Road onto Mountain Spring Road facing north.
22C.
This is the same camera looking at 80. Jeep Cherokee apparently is stationary on Mountain Spring Road, and the black Chevy Suburban is pulling forward out of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
22D.
Looking at 80 Mountain Spring, the black Chevy Suburban has turned right out of 80 Mountain Spring Road and is heading at 5:03 PM. It's heading northbound towards Fort Jefferson Crossing. The white Jeep Cherokee remains stationary, parked on Mountain Spring Road facing north.
And the defendant indicated to you during her interview that Mr. Dulos was driving the Suburban at this point. Is that correct? Or what did she say about that?
She indicated that he was driving the Suburban, that she was driving the Chevy, excuse me, the Jeep, and that Papa Bellini had been driving the Raptor.
Number 23. What are we looking at here?
This is 1 Jefferson Crossing, looking across the street at 4 Jefferson Crossing at 5:03 PM.
And does there appear to be any smoke coming out of that chimney?
There does not appear to be any smoke rising from the east chimney.
Just want to direct your attention in the same clip to this young man's garments. What does he appear to be wearing?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object again.
Relevant.
Relevance and previously shown exhibit.
Well, I'll tell you, the relevance, Judge, is that I don't know too many people that are having a fire on a day like this. And so that's the relevance of it.
Well,
It's a runner.
Now you're
the
testifying.
court is going to sustain the objection.
Yeah.
Very well, Judge.
Ooh. Now, guys, I will say this is interesting. This is the neat part we're learning now. Apparently, there was some burning happening, but we haven't gotten to like a search warrant. We haven't gotten to the point where they did a search warrant of Fotis' house. They dig through like the ash heap, like they did with what's the guy's name up in Minnesota or Wisconsin? Chandler Halderson. You know, they found bone fragments in the fireplace. I don't know if they burned that or they burned like the cleanup material. Who knows? But as you can see, they're going back and forth to somewhere. Like those cars are coming and going all day long. So something's up. And I assume they're going to be able to say they did a search of the fireplace at some point. But we'll see. I wonder if they're going to say, oh, we searched and it was all empty, because that's not a good look either for Michelle.
This is image 24. What are we looking at here?
This is 77 Eli. We're looking at a vehicle that appears to be the white Jeep Cherokee traveling north from 80 Mountain Spring, or from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring towards 4 Jefferson Crossing.
And this would have been after the vehicles had left 80 Mountain Spring that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, this was 5:06 PM, approximately 3 minutes later.
The court going to stand in
Just so you guys remember, you don't do opening arguments in Connecticut, so we don't know what their theory is.
the morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
So, remember, guys, there are no opening arguments in Connecticut, so we don't know what they prove and what they're going to prove. Oh, there might be some talking here. Let's see. Nope, we're going straight to a break. Here we go. We're going to get back to the cars moving again.
24, so we're going to pick it back up to 25. I just want to indicate the 77 Mountain Spring Road exhibit is 81, not 84. All right. All right, image 25, what are we looking at here, sir?
This is 77 Mountain Spring looking at 80, and we have a vehicle consistent, the time is 5:14. The vehicle shown is consistent with Ford Raptor coming from the direction of 4 Jefferson, and it's going to pull into 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Guys, that's the prosecutor's computer making all the noise. It is
This
like
is,
struggling not to die.
77 Eli, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And what's the time here?
5:21 PM.
And can you indicate for the jury what vehicle is displayed in this image?
This appears to be the Chevrolet Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos.
And what direction is it headed?
It's coming from Port Jefferson, heading towards 80 Mount Spring.
Image 27. We're back at 77 Mountain Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the time?
Time is 5:23 PM.
And what do we see?
We're looking at 80 Mountain Spring, the driveway, and we're seeing a vehicle which appears to be the black Chevrolet Suburban coming from Fort Jefferson, direction of Fort Jefferson, and it pulls into the 80 Mountain Spring driveway.
Image 28A. What's the date and time? What are we looking at here?
The date is 5/24/2019, and the time is 5:27 PM.
And directing your attention to the vehicle in the upper right-hand corner near the timestamp?
Yes.
What is that?
Appears to be the Chevrolet Suburban. It's come out of 80 Mountain Spring. It's turned right on Mountain Spring. It's traveling north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Incidentally, during your August 13th interview with the defendant, did you have a conversation with her about the transfer of the keys back to the Gumini?
Yes.
And did the defendant ever indicate to you in that third interview that she went back to 80 Mountain Spring Road to bring the keys?
She indicated she did not.
Thank you. All right, 28B, what are we looking at?
5/24/2019, the time is 5:27 PM, and the vehicle appears to be the red Toyota Tacoma owned by Barbara Guimetti, Pavel's wife. It has come out of 80 Mountain Spring, turned right on Mountain Spring, and is traveling towards Fort Jefferson. It's also going towards the direction of 585 Deer Cliff Road.
28C? All right, what's the time here?
Time here is 5:28 PM on the 24th of May.
And directing your attention to the vehicle in the photo?
It appears to be the black Ford Raptor, which is traveling from 80 Mountain Spring north towards Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Image number 29, are we back at 77 Eli?
We are, sir.
And what vehicle is displayed in this photograph?
This appears to be the black Chevrolet Suburban owned by Fotis Dulos, traveling from the direction of 80 Mountain Spring towards the direction of Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Image number 30. Well, this is a different image than we've seen. Can you just orient the jury to what we're looking at?
So this is also a camera from 1 Jefferson Crossing. The camera that we initially saw directly faced 4 Jefferson Crossing. This camera is slightly to the west and oriented almost on a diagonal from the other camera, but this is still 1 Jefferson Crossing, showing 4 Jefferson Crossing and showing Jefferson Crossing, the road itself. Eli Road is out here.
And just to short circuit this, and I probably should have done this sooner, but all these images are from May 24th, is that correct?
All of these images are May 24th.
So what's the time? Direct you to the bottom right-hand corner. What's
I'm
the
sorry, I
time?
didn't hear you.
What's the time displayed in this image?
5:31 PM.
All right, you can play it. What are we looking at there?
So the camera's activated because the homeowner's moving in his driveway, and what we see is the homeowner leave, and same general time, we see a black Chevrolet Suburban coming down Jefferson Crossing from the direction of Eli Road and driving into the driveway before Jefferson Crossing, going under the archway and turning left.
And image 31. This is 77 Eli, correct?
No,
I'm, s-
376 Deer Cliff.
oh, I'm sorry, 376 Deer Cliff. And what are we looking at here?
So the time is 5:57. Deer Cliff Road is actually Eli Road in Avon. So as you travel north on Eli, you're on the same road, but it is now Deer Cliff Road. And what I see is a vehicle that appears to be the red Toyota Tacoma, operated by or owned by Pavel Guimetti and his wife Barbara, traveling northbound on Deer Cliff. And in the back of the vehicle appears to be a motorcycle and a plank extending to the rear. So he's coming from the area of 585 Deer Cliff. He's traveling north towards Simsbury, where he lives.
Understood. Image 32.
Counsel, how many images are there?
36, Judge.
Thank you.
This is 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
And what's the time?
The time here is 5:59 PM.
Okay. And does it appear that there's any smoke coming out of the chimney in this particular image of 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There does not appear to be any smoke coming from the east chimney of 4 Jefferson Crossing.
Image 33. We're still at 1 Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
I want to direct your attention to that same chimney. Does there appear to be smoke coming out?
There now appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney before Jefferson Crossing at 6:42 PM.
That's really hard to see,
Incidentally, during
guys.
the first 2 interviews with the defendant, did she ever
Really
indicate
hard
to
to
you
see.
whether or not anyone had lit a fire at 4 Jefferson Crossing on May 24th?
She did not know.
Image 34. What's the time here?
It's 2 minutes past the last frame. It's 6:44 PM.
And does there appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
There appears to be smoke coming out of the east chimney before Jefferson Crossing.
So as I understand it, there's 3 separate smoke events separated by periods of non-smoke. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Image 35. And what's the time here?
The time here is 7:02 PM.
And does there appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney in this image?
There does appear to be smoke coming out of the chimney before Jefferson Crossing.
So how many times did the fire start and stop is what I'm confused about now, chat, unless you guys have figured that out. The fire's been going, now it's off, now it's on, now it's off. I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Like, I could see smoke or something coming out of there, but... Oh, that last
Image
spot showed a
36.
lot. That last shot showed some good smoke.
What's the time here?
The time here is 8:12.
And
Remember,
what
it's
are we looking at?
8:12
Looking
p.m.
at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Vehicle consistent with the Ford Raptor pulls in from the direction of Eli. Party gets out of the driver's seat. Consistent with the appearance of Fotis Dulos, as seen on Albany Avenue video, and is seen at the Starbucks, West Hartford.
So guys, remember this is Memorial Day time, so it's the sun's up really high, and you're also northern Connecticut, so it's going to be even up higher. This is after they went out and dumped all the garbage all over Hartford. So they're trying to tie the time frames together here.
Goes to the
I'm
mailbox.
going to check to the narration. He was asked what he's seen, and he's now given us a narration of things that are not anywhere near this video. So I ask that that be strict as not responsible.
Well, it's really, the response really called for other questions. So you can target your questions now.
Sure. You indicated that there appears to be a figure exit the vehicle, which appears to be the Ford Raptor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And who does that figure appear to be, Detective?
That figure appeared to be Fotis Dulos.
Thank you. Now, you can have a seat. Judge, I have what has been marked as State's Exhibit 149. It's the defendant's entire third interview. I'm moving into evidence at this time.
No objection. Well, actually, may you still a moment?
No objection.
149 admitted as full.
Judge, if I could just have this remarked. Detective Kimble, approximately what time of day did you interview the defendant?
I honestly don't remember.
All right, but there's a timestamp.
There's a timestamp, and it's accurate.
All right, was the defendant in custody when you interviewed her on August 13th?
She was not, no.
Did she appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication?
No,
Did she request the assistance of a Spanish interpreter for the third interview?
she did not.
And, all right, this time I'm going to publish the exhibit to the jury. Does the sound on? Just going to pause it right there. Would you just mind describing the interview room for the members of the jury?
Sure. The interview room, it's generally square. It's probably about 15 by 15 feet. It has two doors. From where the defendant was sitting, there would be a door. There was a door to her left, which went into the major crime office. And then there was a door straight ahead of her, which went to a hallway at Troop G. And the room is equipped with cameras and audio equipment.
And we've got one camera that's sort of facing the end of the table, and that's the angle, that's the predominant angle in this video. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a camera, I guess, in the upper corner of the room, which...
In the upper left-hand corner, it shows the door. It's the inset square in the video.
And does this time stamp refresh your memory as to approximately what time you interviewed the defendant?
Yes, we interviewed her approximately 12:49 p.m. on August 13, 2019.
Oh, and who was the other detective assistant during the interview?
Detective Corey Clabby.
My God, for 2019, you guys have this poor quality of camera? This is just sad.
Just closing that just for privacy, okay? Some of the same stuff.
Well, if you guys don't know this attorney that's in the back corner with Michelle, he's awful. He's basically going to act like a third detective based on the previous interviews.
Earlier in the first interviews, you're not here under any kind of custody. You get trying to block, you're here with your attorney, and you're both. I'm glad you came in. If you need breaks, you're welcome to take breaks. If you need breaks, your attorney needs breaks. If you want that Coca-Cola I offered you, let me know. You can leave anytime you want. You can take a break anytime you want. I'm glad you came in. This is our third conversation, and that honestly is two more conversations than most people have. So it's our feeling that the way it looks now is you may be looking like you're more involved than you actually are. So we're trying to give you an opportunity to kind of explain what's going on, put things in perspective and context. All right?
Okay, what do you mean I need both one?
Okay. Well, obviously, we're talking about the disappearance and household murder project. Okay. And one of the people that we're looking at as being involved in that is Fotis Dulos, your former living boyfriend. So there's a lot of indications that you should have some knowledge about what's going on. Okay. And there's been, during the first interview, there were some things that you said that we suspected might not be 100% accurate. And subsequent to that, there was a second interview. Subsequent to that, and before this interview, which is number 3, there's a lot of evidence that they were not truthful. So when you are truthful with us, it makes us wonder exactly where you are on the spectrum of involvement. So we think Fotis is close to 100%. We're not sure where you fall, and we want you to clarify where on that line you fall. The way you can do that is you have to be honest with us. You understand that? And we understand it's tough for you. We know this. We know English is not your first language. There are very few people in this room right now. I know the last time we talked, there were several people in the room. It's not going to be a lot of talking over, but we're going to give you as much time as you need to think about things. If you don't understand a question, you're more than welcome to ask us to rephrase it or re-ask it. But we need to get to what actually happened. Leading up to and on the 24th of May and following the 24th of May. Okay?
We need you to be 100% forthcoming and honest, and you're honestly willing to help yourself. We want you to do that.
We know there may be some things, Michelle, that you don't honestly know the answer to, and that's acceptable, but we know that there are things that you absolutely should know the answer to, and we need to clarify. We've gone through some of these things already, and like I said, this is just one thing we prepared. So we have literally a topic, an interview one, what you said, interview two, what you said, and then other. And this is, I'm just showing you this. I may need to refer to this throughout the interview. I hope I don't, because I hope that you're kind of, sort of being truthful. Okay. We're not here to community. We want the information that we know you have. Okay.
And we're here to listen, so we really need you to tell us, starting from the beginning, to leave it down, everything. 3 months have gone by just about what we knew when we first met with this, to this, to this. And like I said, we were for the state police. This is what we do. This is the first time we've done this. So, just not even getting into our resume, just trust that, and we want to hear it, so.
There have been people who have sat in the chair you're sitting in right now in the past, who have done similar, who have told similar stories that we told during the first and second interview, who have ended up in prison. We don't want that to happen to you. Okay, so you're giving me the opportunity. This really is an opportunity for you. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready to admit that you weren't 100% truthful with us during the first 2 interviews? That should be an easy answer.
Yes.
Okay. So we're willing to listen. If you want to start from the very beginning.
Just going to pause at the timestamp 12:54:44. Did the defendant admit that she wasn't 100% truthful during the first 2 interviews?
Objection. That's not what it says. He's asking me to characterize the answer. It's very clear. It's an ambiguous answer.
Well, the jury heard the video. And so it may not be a judicious use of the court's time to repeat what the jury has heard. Sustained.
Detective, after the defendant indicated yes when you asked her whether she was ready to admit that she had not been 100% truthful, did that impact how you were going to conduct the interview going forward?
Objection. Misstates the evidence before her answer. So that should be an easy answer. And then she said, yes, okay.
Well,
not what Mr.
Overruled.
Did that impact how you were going to conduct the interview?
Absolutely. We are seeking the truth. We are seeking the truth from her and what happened to Jennifer.
Of how this all became, how it started, how it happened, and what you know. We will sit here and we will be quiet.
Why don't you start with Wednesday, before that would be May 23, when I'm sorry, May 22, when Fotis went to the Kimble.
Yes.
Okay, let's just start with Wednesday.
Okay. Usually on Wednesdays, he would go and see his kids in the afternoon. And I would take those days, or those Wednesdays, to go out with my daughter, Nicole. That Wednesday, I went with Nicole, Kim Rose, and Lauren, who's the daughter. We went to West Hartford to have a sushi at a restaurant in West Hartford. And I think we met there around 7. The 4 of us. I know I texted, I usually Fotis would go to Grace Farms to spend time with the kids, and he had supposedly a supervisor because he couldn't get along. I texted him, and I saw that the text didn't go through. So I don't remember what I said, like, are you with the kids, are you enjoying the, I don't remember exactly, but I wrote something. And I saw that it didn't go through, like he didn't read the message. Not that he didn't read, like he didn't I don't know how you say when you block someone, that you don't see
Okay.
the birds, or I call them the birds. So I put him like a finger and said, okay.
An emoji.
An emoji.
Middle finger.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I went up and he never spoke. We had dinner, we finished dinner, we went to Icy Rolls. We were the last ones because Nicole was the last one to order an ice cream. And that probably, if they closed at 9, maybe we were there just before 9, 2 minutes before. And Nicole had her ice cream, and then we went back to the car, they went to their home, and I went with Nicole to Fort Jefferson.
Mm-hmm.
And I arrived, and I think Fotis was already there. And obviously I put Nicole to bed, like what I always do. I asked how it was. He said it was good, like always, with the kids. They were lovely. They said hi. And that was it. And then Thursday, well, I wake up at the same time. No, sorry, Thursdays a little bit later because Nicole starts school on Thursday at 9 instead of at 8.
Did you have any discussion with Fotis about the fact that he didn't pick up the text? Or that he thought that he didn't?
I did, but it wasn't right away. It was at some point we did. It wasn't that night or it wasn't that morning. Well, so I wake up, I take showers, I put usually my with a gym clothes. I take Nicole to school. On the way, we stop in Starbucks.
This is Thursday?
Yes, Thursday.
Okay.
Because usually on Thursdays, I don't cook for her in the morning, I don't do breakfast. We just stop in Starbucks. That's like our routine. And then I drop her off. And then I went to the house. I don't know if I went jogging, but I don't remember that. But usually I go back to the house. I go to the supermarket because we were having a dinner that night. Also, Nicole, on Wednesday, she told me that she needed oranges for a juice on Friday to take to the classroom. So I believe I bought the oranges that day. I went to my friend's store, to Petus, to grab some rugs. Because Stefan and Beth, they wanted to see my rugs to see if they wanted to buy rugs. Obviously I picked up Nicole in school and we went to the house. Stefan and Beth, they arrived around 5. I showed them the rugs that they were in the office, on Fotis' office. And if they liked them, I gave them explanation. I usually have a presentation in my computer with price lists, and I had it there just in case they asked, but I was just showing them.
So you sell on Instagram? The rug you sell on Instagram?
That's all.
You still sell them on Instagram?
Well, I don't sell them on Instagram, but I have them posted.
Okay, both, okay.
I have it sold Patagonia style.
Right.
What I mean is just to show pictures of the rugs, this is a business I just started this year. The owner of this company of the rugs is a friend of mine that prior when I used to live in Argentina. I used to buy him the sheepskins, the rugs for the ski resort. So I called him in December, and I don't know if this is interesting.
Let's stay on track.
So anyway, so then I took them in the house. So we walked out of the office to the TV room, and I showed them a gray one that I had there. Then we went all the way to the room. I showed them the one that I had in the master bedroom. Then we went down. I showed them the one that I had in the family room. Got the box, and they liked it, and then the typical, oh, I would like to have the beige, but in this size, I don't know. They were kind of figuring out which one they wanted for them, but they were going to tell me not that moment later. And then we went to the kitchen and we started getting the food ready. I already had the meat out. Renata was there cleaning the house all day. I think by the time we went to the kitchen, I think Renata left. I'm not 100%, but I think she said goodbye. well, I took the meat, the meat that I had was frozen, but I took it out in the afternoon. I got it ready, then we started cutting to do the Greek salad and peeling potatoes. And we were in the kitchen, Stefan, bed, me. At some point, Fotis was present, and at a moment, Fotis, we didn't have enough of meat, so he went supposedly to the supermarket to buy meat.
What market did you go to? Do you know what market you went to?
But, I mean, probably Stop and Shop, or we buy a lot from, what's his name?
That's right.
The meat bag or meat.
Okay. So you thought you had enough meat, but it turned out you didn't, so sometime Fotis left.
To buy meat.
Right. What time was that?
What time?
Did you know about?
If they arrived at 5,
Just after 5, right?
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
We know where it was that night.
so we didn't go to the supermarket.
Well, please just tell us.
Why you tell us what you,
Well, he came with a piece of meat from the supermarket.
just,
So yeah, tell
just
us.
about everything
Tell us
you
you know.
Well, he came back
Okay.
with a piece of meat.
Okay.
I opened it and cleaned it up.
Okay.
And then right in Hodge and Aaron arrived. I believe 7.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit earlier, I don't know, but it was some time around there.
Okay.
And then, we were having wine. I think Fotis offered wine to Hodge and Aaron. And then the 3 of them went outside to cook the meat and the French fries. And it was raining, but not like hard rain.
Okay.
So we were deciding to eat inside or outside. We decided to eat outside under the porch. And we put the table outside, me and Beth and Aaron helped. And I believe we ate probably around 8. We came down, we sat outside and we ate. And we were hanging on the table, talking, blah, blah, blah. At some point, I go upstairs to put people to bed. I spoke with my sister, like a long conversation for, I don't remember, it was 15, 20 minutes, whatever.
Okay.
I put people to bed, I go down, and Aaron and Hush were gone, they left. And Stefan and Beth were there, and Fotis. And we were hanging in the kitchen. They were washing the things from the dinner. And then at some point, they leave.
Okay.
I don't know, it was 10. I don't know, 18. We went to watch TV. Me and Fotis. And then at some point, obviously, we were falling asleep. We go upstairs and we go to sleep. And then Nicole calls me at 12:59. And
How did she call you? On the phone?
yes,
Like on the, did you call her phone or did she use the app?
no, she calls me on her phone.
Does she have WhatsApp?
Yes, I don't think it was on WhatsApp.
Okay. All right.
But she called, no, it cannot be because I found it in the AT&T logs.
Okay.
So she called me from the regular phone. And
Is there a house phone?
No,
So,
it was
tell-
from
okay.
her cell phone to
Is there a house phone in the house? Is there a hardline? There's no hardline to go into the house? Is there a hardline going into the office?
I never saw a phone. Now, if they have
So you have to use your cell
we
phone?
use the cell phone all the time.
Okay, it's a big house, right? Yeah, it's all gone.
It's a 15,000 square
Big
feet.
house, yeah, okay,
I mean, from one side, we need to call each other from the phone, even though we're inside the house.
okay.
That's something that we do on a regular basis.
All right, it's 12:59. Cool. All right, so you guys are watching TV first.
Before going to bed, yes.
Okay, so continue from there.
Then I guess we were falling asleep in the couch and we go up to the bedroom. And no, I was obviously sleeping. Nicole calls me at 12:59 that it was raining hard, and it was. And I go to sleep with her. And then on Friday, the alarm goes on. Usually I have the alarms at 6:40. I go to my bedroom, I take shower, take change.
I want to just ask you, you said normally the alarm is 6:40. Was it 6:40 that morning?
Yes.
Okay. So your alarm went off at 6:40?
Well, Nicole's alarm also.
Nicole's?
Or I think she has it at 6:35 or 6:30.
Okay.
I think she has it like 10 minutes before me, but I'm not 100%.
Okay.
Magnetic for sure it's a
So
6.
somewhere around 6:30, 6:40 would be.
Which alarm was it that went off, do you know?
Well, hers and mine was in my room.
Okay. So what woke you up?
And Nicole's alarm.
Okay. So Nicole's alarm wakes you up.
Yeah.
Do you shut it off, or does Nicole shut it off, or does it just keep sounding?
No, she did.
Okay.
Because it was on her side. She does
And
it
you get up?
the night table is on her side. She sleeps here, and I usually sleep kind of next to the bathroom.
Okay, so you get up, and then what do?
I go to my room. Okay, to
Is
the
your
bathroom.
alarm going off?
My alarm, I think I turned it off. I think my alarm went, what's going on?
So as you walked into the bedroom, was the alarm going off?
I'm not 100%, but I assume that yes, because I had the alarm set up, but I'm not 100%.
Okay,
But I woke up. I mean,
Okay.
I wasn't sleeping.
and then what happened from the, so you shut your alarm off in your bedroom, and what happens then?
Well, take shower, go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, get dressed. Go downstairs, do that breakfast for Nicole.
When you shut your alarm off, between 6:30 and 6:40 in the morning, this is a very important question, okay? This kind of goes to, well, this is kind of, it goes to whether you're gonna be truthful with this or not. When you shut off your alarm in your bedroom at 6:30 and 6:40 a.m.
I think mine is 6:40.
So what is this question?
When you set your alarm, when you turn your alarm off in your bedroom, was Fotis there?
No.
He was not there. You did not take a shower with him.
No.
That was a lie. What I'm saying,
I won't call it a lie, please.
Okay. But now you realize that
Yes.
he wasn't there. You have to understand
I
the
know,
perception.
but I tell you, I will take showers with him, and I told Andy, I will take showers when we have relationship in the morning before the alarm goes on, and we will take showers together because obviously.
Yeah, this is, we get it. You're talking.
But the truth is, what? What is the truth? Was he there that morning?
Well, I didn't see him in the bedroom or in the shower or in the room. I didn't.
Did you see him in the house at all?
I did not see him in the morning in the house.
Okay, so when was the first time?
So I'm just going to pause it right there. You, a detective, and I'm pausing it at 1:12:38 p.m. You and Detective Clabby appear to be engaging her about your previous conversations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Could you just indicate for the jury what the defendant told you on June 2nd about Fotis Dulos' whereabouts on the morning of May 24th?
So during that first interview, she indicated she saw Fotis Dulos. Well, she had shower. Fotis Dulos was there when she woke up. He entered the shower with her when she was taking a shower, and then she later saw Fotis Dulos in the four-group office when she returned from bringing her child to school.
And directing your attention now to the June 6th interview, what did the defendant initially say about whether or not Mr. Dulos was home in the morning?
She initially said he was home.
Saw Fotis with your eyes.
When he called me, when he said, let's have lunch,
Okay.
that was a good time.
So that was at 4 Jefferson Crossing. You were upstairs and you hear him call out.
Yeah, I was in Nicole's room. And he was in the down of the house, in the stairs. He was down and he says, Oni, let's have lunch. And I came out.
At 12 o'clock.
More or less.
What was the window? Are you sure this time? Was there a window
What is
that,
it?
the window, the time period?
12 to 1:30.
So sometime between 8 and 1:30.
And that's usually a time that we would have lunch together
Okay.
in our daily basis.
So between 12 and 1:30, Fotis, is that 4 Jefferson calling up to you to have lunch?
Yes, more or less.
So you can't say 100%, you just think it's in that one and a half.
Exactly.
So on that day, you don't know what time?
No, I'm not looking at the watch to see
Okay.
exactly what time
Well,
I eat.
I mean-
Normally, I eat between those times. But
Oh, yeah.
Did you, when you,
Yes, Island, that brings up a very good point. This is done Less than 3 months after Michelle has disappeared, she has not been charged with murder. She's only been charged and suspected of evidence tampering at this point and obstructing justice or hindering prosecution. But she's not been thought of as being involved in the murder yet. So, yes, there's a difference in what she's been charged with, but it's still, she's not still helping herself here.
When you got up, just tell the officers what you did when you got up. And
When I got up,
right, when you took the call that day, all right?
I went downstairs, I cooked breakfast. Usually the breakfast for me can be an omelette, it can be a toast with Nutella, it can be strawberries with Nutella. I made the orange juice.
Okay, just tell them what they did and where you
No,
went.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I did the juice and I went to the school and I dropped her off at the school.
And then,
And then I came back to the house. At some point I went up to the office. Kent was there
why did you go to the office?
because I had my computer and I'm not sure, I had printed out some Lord and Taylor return, because I had to return some dresses from the court. And so I went inside to grab my stuff.
That's fine. Against it.
Yes.
Zero.
Tell them.
Ken was in the far end, and there's a table.
You left it.
Yes.
It's a big room.
Yes.
Yes.
So if you go in from the inside of the house, it's a door, you have a square glass table, a round glass table that usually that's where Babel sits, a long one here, glass table as well, that's where Andy sits,
Yeah.
Fotis sits here, and then walk like a little hallway, and there's another glass table, and there's an office, not an office,
What does Kent do?
it was here,
He's in the middle of the room at the glass table?
oh, in the glass table.
Yeah, just kind of in the middle of the room, right?
Oh,
It's a big room.
yeah, it's to the wall, to the windows.
What does Kent do?
I don't know what Kent is doing, but he was there.
Do you see Kent?
Yes,
Does Kent see you?
yes.
Do you and Kent talk?
Hi, good morning.
Do you
When
say
I
that
saw
to Kent? Does
yes.
Kent respond to you?
Yes,
And what does he say?
hello, good morning.
Yeah, so you two spoke.
Yes,
Okay.
and then I grabbed my computer. Fotis phone was there,
What was the cell phone?
yes,
Was where?
in the desk.
In the bedrooms or the office?
Inside the office.
I'm going to pause it at 1:13 p.m. The defendant just indicated that she saw Mr. Dulos' cellular phone in the Fort Worth office, correct?
That's correct.
I want to direct you back to the June 6, 2019 interview. Did the subject of Mr. Dulos' cellular phone come up?
It did.
And what did the defendant say about whether or not she had seen his cell phone in that June 6 interview?
She indicated she had not seen it. She assumed it was with Fotis.
Let's take a look at this. Remember, I wasn't there. Okay, so the cell phone that Fotis uses was there
Was there
in the office
in the office.
where Kent was.
Yes,
Yes?
yes.
Okay.
In the desk that is kind of like in the middle glass desk, in that square one.
Do you remember exactly where on the desk it was? Was it plugged in or was it just there?
It was plugged, but it was there.
Okay.
Like I believe the computer and the cell phone there.
When Fotis goes to bed at night, what does he normally do with his phone? Like me, I leave my phone next to my bed, plugged in the charger or not. What practice does Fotis use with his phone?
He plugs it in different places, like near the window,
But in the bedroom.
in the bedroom, sometimes down in the kitchen, and there's 2 plugs in the table, in the kitchen island, whatever.
This is his main cell phone, the 8625 number, the regular phone number. His main phone number, the one for Fort Roof, the one that
That's
ends
the one
8625.
I know that he had. You guys are the ones who tell me that he had a different number.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're talking about, you know what phone's on.
So you're saying that when Fotis goes to bed at night, sometimes his phone is in the kitchen, sometimes it's just,
He leaves his phone there all over the
it's all
house.
over.
And I think if you talk to his employees, they will tell you, he always loses his phone, his wallet, and
Okay, but the day of the 24th, when you see Kent,
yes,
Fotis' phone
yes,
is on the glass table in
Yes.
the office
yes,
where Kent is located.
yes,
When you woke up in the morning
yes,
and went into your bedroom to turn off your alarm,
yes.
do you remember if you saw Fotis' phone in that bedroom?
I saw it in the office.
So in the office. Was that the first time that day you saw it in the office, or did you see it?
No, I saw it in the
Just
office.
that, okay. So when you saw it, Joe, you saw it in the office, were you surprised that, I mean, Fotis isn't there, right? Fotis phone is
I thought he
there?
was, but
Was you
I
thought?
thought he was, because,
But you didn't see
but
him.
I didn't see him, I didn't see him.
So was it the fact the phone was there that made you think that Fotis was also there?
Oh, Kent, I saw Kent. And I thought he was, but obviously he wasn't.
Okay.
And I think, but again, I don't know why I'm 100% sure, but I can be mistaken that when I took Nicole to school, the Suburban was there. The black Suburban
Okay.
that was parked
Okay.
next to that Cherokee.
Okay. Was the Suburban there when you came back from dropping Nicole off?
I'm pretty sure yes, but I don't want to say yes and then it wasn't.
All right, so what you're saying, it sounds like, is that if Fotis wasn't there, he wasn't driving the Suburban, right?
If he wasn't,
If Fotis was not in the house, and the Suburban was at the house, then Fotis was not in the Suburban, right?
now yes, I think if I think like that, yes, of course he wasn't.
What do you say now? What do you mean now?
If
Well, that's right, you
back
should say something, I'm asking
then- No, I
you.
know, because back then,
Mhm.
I always thought he was in the house, but thinking, I never saw him,
Mhm.
I never heard his voice, so obviously he wasn't, or probably he wasn't in the house.
Okay, let's just go back to the office now, okay? You can see his phone. Did the phone ring?
The phone rang, and it was a call from it said Andreas. And Ken stood up, and I think he was kind of, for what I imagine, coming towards this side of the room. Like, if you're gonna pick up the phone or something like that, I picked up, no one
Wait, he
there.
said that to you?
He said, are you, like, there's a phone ringing, or you're gonna pick something with the phone, or the call, not the phone, the call. And I picked up the phone, I know Andreas, but I wasn't sure that it was Andreas. And I hear like noise, but I did hear Ella. Ella is hello in English, in Greek. And I said hola, and that was about it. Like, the communication didn't go through.
Okay. Did the phone just disconnect?
If you
Just going to pause it at 1:22:41. At any point during your first two interviews with the defendant on June 2nd, 2019 and June 6th, 2019, did she mention that she answered Mr. Dulos' phone?
No.
This is the first time she's mentioning it?
Yes.
Thank you.
but it was like fast. It wasn't like 3 minutes, like, hello. No, it was actually short.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure it was Andrea's voice.
Okay.
Did you think that the call failed, or do you think that he hung up?
No, I think the call failed. And like the connection was bad.
There was no further phone calls?
No, then I left. Then I went downstairs.
You and Ken didn't have any conversation after that?
No, I left because I had to go. I wanted to go to the supermarket. I had to do things throughout the day. I went downstairs. I cooked. I believe I ate an omelet, 100%. I sent some emails. I sent an email to Nicole's. It's called the middle director of the school. Because that Tuesday, Nicole had fever. She had an activity in school. She got sunburned. And again, I spent that night with her. And I texted her, do you have sunscreen, please, to put on Nicole? And then Aaron texted that she left the purse in the house. And I took a picture and I said, is it this one? I did.
That's all, I'm nodding yes. When you left the office and you went downstairs and you ate the omelet, where was Fotis' phone?
No, I left it in the office.
You left it in the office?
Yes.
You picked it up, you said, you heard hola, hola,
Ella.
Ayla, and you said hola, call failed, you put it back down,
Yes.
and you left.
And I left. So I was kind of back and forth with Aaron, like I can go and take it the first wherever you want, I'm going that direction, I'm going to the supermarket, and I don't remember, but it was like 3-4 back and forth. So I ended up grabbing the purse, and I drove to Kent, not to Kent, to Hutch, to the warehouse. I was talking to my sister on FaceTime for a long time, like for 16 minutes. I made a lot of phone calls in the morning. I don't remember right now if I can guys have my phone.
We did, yeah.
I think I called my mom, my dad, Paola, which I call her La Bruja, friend. Anyway. I drive to the warehouse. I go inside the office. I see a secretary, a woman. I don't know if it's a secretary, but a blonde woman. I asked for Hutch, and Hutch was sitting to the right.
Right.
And he stands up, and I gave him the purse. And he said, "Oh, thank you, we had a nice time. Sorry, we couldn't say goodbye." And I said, "No, I was really good to sleep. But we had a nice time, or whatever conversation." I left. And from there, I believe I went to the supermarket. On the supermarket, I found a robot. I took a picture with the robot and a video, and I sent it to Nicole, to my family. I was kind of making a stupid joke about the robot. I bought, or I had to buy it. And I left, and I went back to the house.
Okay. What time do you think you got back to the house? Do you have any idea what time you got back to the house? 10:37?
It could be, I'm not 100%, but it could be.
Okay.
I know I called Beto at some
Yeah.
point because I was gonna meet with her.
Right.
She was leaving to London that day.
Right.
She was supposed to give me a check of some roses she bought, and I wanted to say goodbye. So I went, we arranged, and she said something like, "We'll be here at 11 because I can only be for I'm gonna be for only a short period of time."
Right.
So I probably got there at 11.
Till 9.
Oh, I
Get
did.
there at 11 or 9.
Okay. I probably stayed there like 15 minutes, or 20 at the most. I sent an email to me with the descriptions of the items, of the rugs that she wanted.
Yeah.
She told me, "I'm gonna pay you in cash." I said, "No, I'd rather," because she lost her checkbook.
Yeah.
So she said, "I can go to the ATM." I'm saying, "No, don't worry, pay me later. I'd rather have a check." Berenice was there. Berenice is her partner. So it's obviously saw, was it Berenice or Claudia? No, yes, it was Berenice. And when I left. And I was stopped at the pond to see if Queen was there. Because Hodge said, Hodge the night before said, "Queen's already here. If you need someone to pull you, you can contact him. He's going to be every morning in the pond."
Right.
So I went to the pond. There was no one there. The water was windy. There was a lot of wind current in the water, so obviously it wasn't a good day for water skiing, and I left.
Okay.
And I went back to the house.
Okay.
And I was in the house.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did stay there till 1:32
Okay.
p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Then Fotis comes. We eat.
How long after you arrived back at the house, Michelle, did Phyllis arrive? Do you have any idea?
If I arrived to the house, let's say at 11.
You arrived back at the house at 11:50, 10 noon.
Okay, so probably right after.
Okay.
So, well, at 1. It has to be, he arrived at some point.
He did arrive at some point, yes. But
Okay.
It wasn't 12.
So 12:31.
Don't guess.
Okay, I know he arrived at some point. I don't
Okay.
know how
Don't
fast.
guess.
Did he just show up, or did you
Yes.
have to go pick him up?
No, he showed up in the house.
So he showed up on his own?
Yes.
How was he, what did he look like, really? How was he dressed when he showed up? Because it's him calling you down, right? Come down and lunch
Yes.
me.
He was with I believe he was with a shirt, like.
Like a pullover shirt? Or a button-down shirt?
Like this.
Shirt tie?
No, not tie. He doesn't-
Okay, so a button-down shirt.
Yes. He uses.
Rolls the sleeve.
He rolls
Did
his
the shirt have a collar?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was like that.
So it had a collar, but there was no tie, and he had his sleeves rolled up. You
I
think?
have never seen him that much with ties on when he goes to court.
Okay.
And did you know, did you see Fotis arrive?
No, I was.
So do you know how long he was at Fort Jefferson before he called up to you?
I was in, I believe, I'm When he called me, I was in the courtroom.
So this appearance was normal.
I saw him normal.
He wasn't sweating, he wasn't red.
No, and he wasn't with blood.
No,
Like you told me.
he wasn't what?
With blood. So you guys told me in the last interview that he was, if he had blood.
Yeah, I didn't ask you, I don't know if we told you that.
Oh, you asked me, and I said, no, I didn't see him with blood.
We asked questions, said that too.
I didn't see him with blood.
Okay, like the detail you gave earlier with the text message, and you gave the middle finger and the blocking, like that detail, that's the detail we want, but sometimes we ask questions to see if there's.
But that
a
wasn't
part-
the day.
I know, I'm just giving you an example. All right, well, the detail we like to see, sometimes we ask questions.
So you're not sure when he arrived at the house, when he did,
No.
he was dressed normally? And he didn't
He
look
pretty
unusual?
much dressed, he doesn't have that much clothes. And he dressed pretty much the same.
Okay,
That's what I would call
all right. So he calls you, he says, let's have lunch.
it. Yes.
And what happens from there?
We have lunch fast.
Pass.
Yeah, because normally lunch, we don't sit for an hour. It's like reheated food. Sometimes we do salads, something fast, something easy.
Okay.
Usually it's like leftovers.
Do you remember what it was?
It was we ate pastel de papa.
What is that?
It's meat with mashed potatoes on top. I do that a lot. It's one of Nicole's favorite too.
Fancy chef.
That's what they said.
Yeah.
That's over.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's over. And
Yeah,
then,
that's
and then,
usually in the afternoons for lunch, normally it's, unless it's a salad, it's a leftover.
Okay, so you guys ate fast. Was there a rush? No.
You eat maybe 15 minutes.
so what happened at lunch?
After lunch, at some point he calls me.
Okay.
I wake up.
Yeah. I don't want, when you say at some point, it's like
No,
you're skipping over.
I received a call of him at 1:53.
All right, so what did you do right after lunch? Did you
I
clean
was-
the dishes?
I put them in the sink.
You mean you clean the dishes?
Well, yeah, to clean the dishes.
So you clean the dishes and
No,
what?
I don't know if I clean the dishes.
Oh, you put it in the
them
sink?
in the sink.
Okay. And then what did he do?
I don't know. But I did, because I have the logs, he called me at some point at 1:50 something. I don't remember.
It's okay.
But you guys have my.
Please, jump in.
Go ahead. Go on.
He said to go that, I don't know if it was that call, because he called me again after. He said at some point in one of the calls, he said, I need you to bring cleaning stuff to a mountain because Rania is coming tomorrow with some clients and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I want to kind of stop, just want to make sure you understand.
Perhaps we could
This is
pause
where-
it right now.
This is where, sir.
Yes, Judge, pause at 1:35:04.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case.
Yeah, just leave it. I'm just gonna turn off the screen and then post.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes, it was a motion dated January 10th to preclude testimony containing or reference to speculative statements, theories, or opinions of law enforcement filed January 10th. It's only a 1.5-page motion, and we argued it then. You asked me to bring it up when that was happening. It happened only a few times during the course of the trial, and sometimes the court has agreed with me, other times it hasn't, but I think now we're going so far afield when the purpose of this testimony is to show the video, to show the final interrogation of my client, but allowing the witness to basically summarize his theories of what was happening before becomes exactly the kind of evidence that I cite in the rules, 4-2, 3, 4-4, 7, 1, and 7-3. And I did cite the case of State versus Beavers at 290 Connecticut 386, which in general just talks about lay witnesses, including police officers, not giving opinions on the evidence. That's my claim.
Well, the unusual nature of this trial is that there is about 6 or 7 hours of police interviews. And the interviews are not edited. And what the jury hears is skepticism from the officers about the defendant's recollection of events or inconsistent statements. The entirety of the video offer is, in this court's view, showing the jury that the officers have opinions about what the defendant said. There can be no controversy about that. They have opinions about what the defendant said on various dates. So to indicate to the court there should be a motion in limine granted, not allowing the officer on the stand to discuss his opinions about the defendant's credibility is belied by the exhibit itself.
If Your Honor pleases, the difference, of course, is in the interview, and as I think I've already established, and this witness in the past has agreed, some of this is interrogation tactics, that it's allowed. And what they say can be taken, doesn't have to be taken at face value. But when the witness is now in the room telling the jury what his conclusion, based on hearsay, that he uncovered all this other evidence and they've gathered it, and then to basically offer his opinion on the credibility as opposed to what's said in the videos, which the court is correct. We could have had a debate about whether certain portions of the way that Ms. Troconis was interrogated, where certain things were falsehoods, certain things were maybe incorrect or inaccurate, but we made a decision that the whole thing should just come in, so that, because in our view, the jury would need to see the totality. If we were editing, even if the court agreed to edit things out, it would not paint a full picture of how these interviews were conducted. My concern has to do with the questions by Attorney McGinnis in this courtroom based on things that were gathered over the next few months. And I did object, the court overruled it, but I wanted to take this opportunity outside the present jury just to expand a little on my concerns, and note I did indicate that I was anticipating something like this in my motion, which I filed in June.
Well, the court is going to take a global view of these 7 hours of interview. And the global view can be captured in just a few words. Essentially, Detective Kimble, you had 3 interviews because you didn't believe the first 2. That's it. The jury can easily draw that conclusion because this offer started with Detective Kimble indicating that.
And to be fair, guys, that's something they could say. Why do we have 3 interviews? That's not a leading question. That's not any prejudicial issue. That's just, I didn't believe her the first 2 times. We thought she was lying. And as the judge says, boom, that's it. Now, it's not that Schimmelhorn doesn't understand that, but, he's got to protect the record here. And you shoot your shot, even though you know you're going to miss.
Most people don't get this chance. We're giving you another chance inferentially because we don't believe you. And you're not coming clean. That's how this offer is presented. So the court denies the motion in limine.
And I'll just note, I agreed with what the court, I fully agree with what the court just said. My concern is more about him in court telling this jury what he believes and didn't believe. That's the part I think is where I think that violates the code.
Well, if Detective Kimble said something other than or inferred something other than what's in the video, the court could understand the concern. But essentially, that is not what the court hears. In other words, he is testifying about the reason, first, that there are 3 interviews, or more than 1 interview, and secondly, simply just reiterating what's in the video. The motion is denied. You can bring the jury out. The council stipulates, please.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Detective Kimble, where we had left off prior to the luncheon, you were discussing with the defendant going to 80 Mountain Spring Road, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what did the defendant say about going to 80 Mountain Spring Road and how that came about?
She told us that she had been called by Fotis Dulos to respond to 80 Mountain Spring to bring cleaning supplies to clean the house for a showing that Saturday.
Now, turning your attention back to the surveillance footage, which we watched earlier, what did that surveillance footage reveal about when the Jeep Cherokee and Suburban arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
So the surveillance video from 77 Mountain Spring showed that first the Jeep, then the Suburban arrived for the first time at 80 Mountain Spring at 1:36, which would be prior to the 1:53 call.
Okay, and Judge, the closest we could get it was to 1:34:42, so we're just going to pick it up from there.
With some clients and I want the house to look clean, decent.
I want to kind of stop, just want to make sure you understand that this is restricted and real important. And you know exactly where you were. Okay? And just so you know what you told us the first couple times, it doesn't match up to this. This is very low. So you put the dishes in the sink.
Yes.
Okay. And Fotis, you don't know what he did? Did he stay at Jefferson or did he leave?
No, he was gonna go to 80 Mountain.
Okay, okay.
But I don't know if he already left, but at some point he calls me.
All right, well, I know you keep trying to get to that, but I want to go back. During lunch, what are you guys talking about? I know it's a fast lunch, but what are you discussing? Having any discussions with anything?
Not
Can I
that
talk about anything you got?
No, of course you talk, but
Okay.
I don't remember like what I talk every day of my life when I have lunch.
All right.
Obviously,
Well, you do
once-
remember a lot of details on some things.
Oh,
so
I
I
do
was-
because I've been with Andy, really focusing to be as much detail as possible.
Okay.
To be able to give you as much information as I remember. But what I talk exactly, I don't have.
So let me ask you directly, was there any mention of Jennifer Dulos during your lunch with Fotis on the 24th?
No, I don't know if that time you spoke about the problem that he didn't answer the phone. That Wednesday, I never knew.
No, the Andreas phone. What, 23rd? Oh, you're doing the 22nd.
Right.
That Wednesday, he told me he went to Graceburg.
All right, I'm not,
Okay, then.
okay.
At some point, I don't know what day, I said, why you didn't, but
I gotta stop you because during the Friday, May 24th, you're eating lunch with Fotis. Is there any mention of Jennifer? Can I talk about Jennifer? Did you ask him where he was that morning? When you got up that morning, were you expecting to see him?
no, because sometimes sometimes he wakes up and you have his phone. He wakes up at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Right.
And he watches TV, he reads, sorry, this is bothering me. And he leaves the room because he turns the lights on and it bothers me. Or if he doesn't want to leave, I go to Nicole's room. Sometimes he moves to another room to read.
Is that something he always does?
Yes.
He's always done that?
Or
is that more recent?
It was more recent because I don't remember like when I first moved, he was sleeping very. Like we were kind of like in synchronized, you know, like when you're synchronized with someone.
So when you say more recent, how recent? When did he wake up at 4 a.m.?
Like for instance, when he came to Vail in March,
March.
then he came to visit, he was waking up a lot, and he would tell me that it was because there was 2 hours of difference. So I didn't know if it was that was bothering him.
You told us in the first interview that recently, prior to May 24th of 2019, he had started waking up earlier in the morning.
And there was a guy, I don't know if I told you, that he wanted Fotis to sell his piece of land in New Hartford, I think. Nick. I told you? Okay, he was calling at 4:30 in the morning. He did several calls, and that was annoying.
Sure.
But yes, he was waking up 4 or 5, and for me that was a bother because I don't wake up at that time.
You also weren't in that room that morning, right? You were
No,
in the
I know,
hall.
but I'm saying that in other days,
Right, another day.
it bothered me, and I would either move to Nicole's room, or he would go to another place.
Okay.
That's what I'm
So
saying.
do you even know what time he woke up on May 24th?
No.
Okay, because you weren't in there with him, right?
No.
Okay. So you have lunch and you know that he's going to 80 Mountain Spring after lunch? How do you know that?
Because he told me.
Okay.
He
And
told me.
what's he going to 80 Mountain Spring to do?
He told me that it was because Vanya, the realtor,
Right.
was going the next day with some clients and the house has to be cleaned.
Right. And did he tell you that at lunchtime?
No, he told me that I was going to, that he was going to A, and then at some point he calls me saying, bring cleaning supplies for to clean the house
Okay.
for Vanya.
Okay.
That's more or less what I remember. And he called me like at 1:50 something, then he calls me like at 3.
Well, let me just tell you that at 1:33, Fotis is driving to Jefferson, or driving to Mountain Spring. And by 1:36, you guys are both arriving at Mountain Spring.
Okay, so I went with the cleaning stuff.
Okay. But you went with him. You guys are both driving into the driveway together, like literally one right behind
We
you.
went together. But
Do you remember driving over to Mountain Spring?
I remember driving.
And which car were you driving?
I was driving the Cherokee.
Okay.
But can you repeat again?
Well, I don't want to tell you, I'm trying to ask you. No, I'm trying to ask you, when you went over in the Jeep, where was Fotis already there at Mountain Spring?
I recall that, yes, but can you just repeat what you said? I can't understand.
Hold on a second, yes.
Okay.
So, you drive the Jeep over at 1:36 and you arrive, and you're saying Fotis was already there? That's not, he's driving it right ahead of you. You're following
So
him.
then I'm following him.
You don't remember that?
No, I don't. It could happen.
Okay, it did happen, absolutely it happened. No, I'm just telling
I'm
you.
not saying no.
Okay, no, I'm just telling you that it's strange that you wouldn't remember that, but,
No, I don't, John.
okay.
I don't.
Okay, no, I can't tell you what you were telling her.
Okay, and I do remember going back to the house at some point and then coming back. Like, I did go back from 80 to the house,
Yes,
and
you
from
did.
Forest Jefferson to the house,
Yes,
because
that's
I
right.
changed the vacuum for a room.
So when you came over in the Jeep, well, what did you have with you in the Jeep for cleaning supplies?
I brought bucket, a sponge, garbage bags, a disposable, how do you call the gloves, disposable
Yeah,
gloves.
like, plastic gloves,
Yeah,
latex gloves,
yeah.
tight gloves, or like the ones that go up your arm?
No, the short ones.
Sure.
I package because I use that a lot, like when I clean like the cat's,
Drop-ins, right?
whatever, like that.
I had a cat, I
The
understand.
box with the cat, the dog, when I clean like, when I'm doing like the meat or the chicken.
You wear
chicken,
latex gloves?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's,
or the
yeah, you gotta watch out for you. What color was the bucket, do you remember?
Or bucket, it's white, plastic white.
Does it have a handle? Is it like a construction bucket, or is it like a bucket you use to the
The
beach?
ones that you buy in the supermarket.
Okay. You remember what color the sponge was?
I believe it's yellow and green,
And do you remember what color the bags were?
black.
Were they heavy bags, or?
Just going to pause it at 1:43:52. Detective Kimble, in the course of your investigation, did you become aware of certain items that were recovered at Albany Avenue?
Yes, I did.
And would you describe, were any sponges recovered at Albany Avenue?
Yes.
What color were they?
Again, Your Honor, I'm going to object to this kind of narrative of other police conduct. It's not relevant to what's happening unless there's a.
I disagree.
Well, the testimony that has already been heard concerned sponges, bags, and Detective Kimble has been asked, did you become aware of the recovery of certain items on Albany Avenue? Response is yes, sponges and bags. So the objection is overruled.
The sponge was yellow and green.
And what color were the garbage bags?
The garbage bags were black.
Were they lightweight? I mean, were they,
No, the garbage bags.
right, but sometimes they make heavy duty garbage bags, sometimes they make,
Oh,
regular.
yeah,
Some
no,
tin.
I believe I took like the big garbage ones because I have those on the back in the butler's pantries are. That's where all the,
This is where all this came from, Butler's Pantry?
no, like the bucket, well, what came from the kitchen, the sponge, the Windex, the Clorox, I don't know if it's from, it was from the Clorox, that's from bathrooms or whatever.
Is it a spray or is it a big gallon of Clorox? It's a spray?
The one that says bleach, Clorox, the brand is Clorox, but it's like bleach, all purpose.
Okay, where's that from?
I haven't, usually the cleaning supplies are divided either in the laundry room or in the kitchen. Like the vacuum and the broom, usually they're in the closet part in the mudroom, near the stairs. Or sometimes the vacuum is in the laundry, because it depends when Renata leaves it.
Okay.
What else did I take? Paper towel. I think that's it.
What were you planning to clean?
The house.
Like the whole house? The house,
And
right?
I wasn't cleaning up.
Okay.
So I cleaned, what did I clean? Countertop, in the living room where the fireplace was, there were like dirts or like balls or something, like I think it was an animal thing.
Yeah, got it.
So, yeah, my house had bats, had owl,
Okay.
that Andy, the guy that used to work for Fotis was always complaining that, oh, I cannot find a guy that hires someone
Were they in the
to.
house? They would have droppings in the house?
They would have bats.
They would, were the owls and bats inside the house and the droppings
And
in
the
the house?
bats were supposed to be in the attic.
Okay.
Then there was a problem with one of the bathroom that insects would come in, like bees, flies.
Okay.
Then there was an owl. The owl did disappear. I don't know if Andy took it away. Anyway, so I cleaned the kitchen countertop. I went upstairs to the bathrooms and I put the liquid, the Clorox things, the bleach, and I just clicked the handle to the water come down. Then I went at some point to the house and I came back. Exactly, to Jefferson.
All right, before that, what is Fotis doing?
Fotis, I saw him from the window of the bathroom of the master bedroom. At some point he was fixing, he had some, I think they were pink or blue ribbons along the drive of the house. He was very upset always that when Stefan had the open houses, people were stepping in the grass. So he would put like a ribbons, lines.
So people would not step in?
Yes. At some point, I know he went to the basement. In the basement of that house, I don't know if you guys been, it's like, and it's unfinished. And it has like construction things.
Okay.
I've been in that basement maybe 2 times.
Okay, so we went to the basement, why?
No, I didn't go that day.
He went, he said at some point.
At
he went.
some point, because I saw that door open,
Okay.
and obviously the door was open is because he was down there. Because that door usually is closed and it has a sign that says, I think it says unfinished basement, do not open, or
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I know it used to have a paper. I don't know if it has a paper inside.
All right.
And when that's it, I was inside the house.
Go ahead,
Sorry.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Whatever else you can remember.
No, but at some point I went to the house to grab the broom, but you have 1 time there.
Right.
And then you came back.
You went to the house
Yeah,
for Jefferson?
I went to the house for Jefferson.
And how long did you stay there?
I
All right, I wanted to, I'm sorry to interrupt, I got to interrupt for a second. The first time you went to the Mount Spring Michelle. You were cleaning the kitchen countertops and the bathrooms upstairs? Anything
I
else?
mean, I don't remember exactly what I cleaned, but I do know what I cleaned. I don't know what I cleaned first.
That's right.
Okay, but I did tell you the countertops.
Yeah.
And things of the toilets.
Toilet bowl. Toilet
The
bowl.
toilets, yeah.
Okay.
Of the bathrooms, of the ones on the top.
How many bathrooms are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4 bathrooms.
Um,
Anything else?
I cleaned that part of the living room. I cleaned the outside. There's a terrace in front of the kitchen.
Yeah.
That I used the room and I picked up like leaves and like that.
So you swept the terrace?
Yes, because they accumulate on in the corners.
Okay.
No, I didn't do that much.
Okay. So when you arrived this first time, Fotis was driving this Suburban?
When I arrived, when you say that we supposedly were together,
Yes, you were.
I was in the Cherokee, and Fotis was in the Suburban.
Okay. Were there any other cars there?
Yes, the red pickup, a red car.
Okay, so when you drove it,
Just going to pause at 15109. The defendant just indicated that the red pickup of L's truck was there. During your June 2nd interview, did the defendant ever indicate to you that Mr. Gumini's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
Did she talk about Mr. Gumini's truck during that first interview?
At the very end of the interview, she mentioned that Pavel had a red truck which was dirty, old, and destroyed.
But she never said it was at 80 Mountain that
She
day.
never said that, no.
How about on June 6th, 2019? Did the defendant ever say to you that Pavel's truck was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
She did not know.
already happy. Was Pavel there?
No,
Okay, where is he? You know where he went?
no, supposedly, I mean, I didn't ask, but normally what he does, he's been taking care of the house of New Canaan.
Because you don't know specifically where Pavel was, but you did see him at 80 Mountain Spring, but his truck was there.
No, I didn't see, but I saw the car.
Okay,
I saw Pavel's,
The red pickup.
the red pickup.
but you didn't see
I saw
Pavel.
Pavel afterwards when he came.
Right, when you
around
first
the-
arrived there, you didn't see him.
No, I didn't see Pavel.
Do you have any idea why the truck was there? Do you have any idea how it got there? Okay. So you went back at one point to
To the house.
to Jefferson. How long do you think you were at 80 Mountain Spring before you went back to Jefferson? Any idea?
I don't know why I think like for maybe an hour, 40 minutes. No.
Okay, 15 minutes.
Okay.
And now, how long were you at Fort Jefferson when you went back for the vacuum and the broom switch?
It could be then like an hour, but I was there, and then I know at some point I went back, and I stayed longer, but I don't know which time I was longer, if it was the first time or the second time, because I did clean, part of the house,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know which one I was 15 minutes and which one I was more.
Okay.
But
That's why I was asking what you.
Oh, okay, I know, but again, that's what I told you, like, I'm not gonna remember. I know I went back at some point and I came back.
Okay.
That I know.
But when you went back to Jefferson, is it true that you only went back to get a vacuum or to switch the vacuum out because it wasn't working?
Yes, maybe I stayed there for a little bit longer. Maybe I could have stayed and do some emails.
Was there anything going on at 80 Mountain Spring that you didn't want to be part of?
Not that I know, not of my knowledge. I went back, and at some point, I went back to 80 with the room.
You did go back to 80, but it
Exactly.
wasn't.
Until
If you're just going back, if you're at 80 and you're going back to Fort Jefferson to switch out a non-functioning vacuum, and then you're gonna return to 80 Mountain Spring, you're at Fort Jefferson a lot longer than we would expect that to be the case.
I probably stayed there for a while. Maybe I was in the computer. I could be, I don't know, maybe I stayed, and then I went, I do remember going back
No,
with the
you
room.
definitely went back.
Okay,
We understand.
with the room, and I swiped.
We're not quizzing you on time. We're not quizzing you on, we understand. We're asking you what kinds of things you did, which would account for times that we know are the case.
Let him talk again.
So we're just trying to understand, for instance, another thing is you told us you were washing windows.
No, I never said I was washing windows.
You said you were cleaning windows.
No, I did not. That's a lie.
I'm not lying, we're not lying.
I never said, I said I looked at the window and I saw Fotis.
We're talking about the previous interview, you said like that way here, the things you say now,
Well, no, I
they're
didn't.
not all the same.
I didn't.
Would you like me to play it for you?
Yes.
Well, it's very interesting because there's another thing that we can play for you. Do you realize that? I'm not sure you
Detective, I'm just going to stop it at 154:57. You indicated that the defendant had said in her previous interviews that she was washing windows, and she indicated that she hadn't said that. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, did she say that in her previous interviews?
She in fact did not.
Was that a mistake?
Yes.
Okay, where did that information come from?
That information came from Pavel Gomeni, who stated that when he arrived at 80 Mountain Spring Road, Fotis told him that Michelle Troconis had been washing windows.
She corrected you.
She corrected us, yes.
Great.
So, you play back the video. You have to see it from our point of view. Like I said earlier, we know a lot than we did when we finished. You remember in explicit detail a lot of the things I'm going to call silly, pointless things that were maybe important to you, like the receipt was in my purse on the counter. But now when we're getting into like the grid, you're not remembering the explicit details that you really need to remember to help yourself. Okay.
I don't understand. Can you explain?
You remember a lot of simple detail. I went to the picture with the robot. I was going to this person's house. I was going to that person's house. But now that we're at a place that's very important, I don't know if I was going for 10 minutes or an hour and a half, but leading up to that, you're very, very good.
Can I tell you how? Because I asked people for the chats. I asked my family for the chats. I asked my dad, everybody that I usually talk to, even in court, I asked them for chats, conversations.
So you've been going through all that?
I've been going, and that's how I know, okay, I went to bed at this time, I got my AT&T phone logs, so that's how I know at what time I was talking to whoever I was talking or texting. That's why I remember, but it's not because I have an Iron Man memory.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, if I said I was kidding me up.
Well, you definitely said you were
Okay,
doing
I'm
this,
sorry.
we're asking you
Okay.
why you're not saying that.
What I remember, I said I was in the bathroom and I was looking through the window and I saw Fotis, fix the ribbons of the fridge.
First time we heard of that. Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I thought I heard about this.
Okay, we may.
Or maybe I don't remember.
I remember hearing about there being grass had been planted and so on and so forth, but I don't think that came from you. That the grass had been seeded, the soil, so they could grow the grass. The grass was being done, it's 80 Mountain Road.
I didn't do the rest.
No, we don't, we're not seeing any different actions. It becomes confusing, I understand. So the thing that we all didn't hear when it actually happened, that we now have on tape that we can play for you. Do you remember this setting?
As long as we hear the question first, right? You should do the question.
Oh, yeah, it's like,
Detective, what are you playing for the defendant at this point?
I'm playing a segment of the second interview that took place at Attorney Bowman's office on the 6th.
And how are you playing it?
Playing it on a laptop computer.
So we're talking about, we're trying to get you to talk about Friday the 24th, and whether you saw Fotis or not. And all the Mountain Spring activities, which are very important, we think, to this case.
Oh, I didn't see Fotis yesterday. Why are you, it's not a piece in your mind this morning. You're trusting, that's not I don't need to think about it while you're sleeping. It helps you to clean up, yeah?
That's even worse, like I can't.
Because of that. Yeah, according to what you're telling us, they want to be tased. You get arrested.
What?
Yeah, so I don't attach the same significance to that you do. Okay. Because you're asking her, and look, I'm not here to get into a disagreement with anybody, but I mean, I remember, I was there at the time, and you were asking her.
You were asking her about age, you're being
I know.
You were asking me.
Why don't listen? You know what the stakes are, right? So I want you to tell them everything you know about 80 Mountain, that afternoon, okay? So there's, look, I just want you to be clear that it's very important.
Yes.
And I want everybody in this room to know that you understand the importance of it, okay?
So again, I cleaned part of the house, I didn't clean the whole house. I just cleaned all these pieces that I told you. I cleaned the terrace. At some point, Fotis comes in and he asks for paper towel because he spilled something. I told him it's either in the kitchen or upstairs. He probably went pick up the paper towel, clean whatever he wanted to clean. And at some point, I'm coming out and he gave me the paper towel. And I threw it in the garbage.
You were doing paper towel, you used paper towel.
Yes, he was.
What was he using paper towel for?
He said that he spilled, I think it was coffee. And
Coffee where?
in one of the cars. That's what he told me. I'm not sure if that's true or not. The paper towel was dirty.
What color was the paper towel? Or what color was the dirt in the paper towel?
Brown.
Brown?
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you, having a real hard time believing that you don't know what's going on here.
I didn't know what's going on.
Just going to pause it at 2:01:52. Detective, during the June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever tell you that Mr. Dulos had given her a paper towel that was brown in color while she was at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, she did not.
How about during that June 6, 2019 interview? Did she ever include that detail during that interview?
She did not know.
No, I didn't see anything.
So he hands you a paper towel and he says he just spilled the coffee stains in one of the cars, but you don't know which car. Was it
No,
Toyota?
I believe it was in the Tacoma.
Okay, so he spilled coffee in the Tacoma?
He always carries coffee, and he makes me buy the coffee things, Dixie, whatever they're called in the supermarket.
Where was he standing? Where was Fotis standing?
Outside,
When he hands you this paper towel?
I was getting out of the garage to go towards outside, and he was coming, so we met there.
Where was he coming from? Which direction was he coming?
From the garage, from the outside of the house.
Did you walk out? Did you walk out the garage? Or?
I came out from the terrace, the kitchen, and the garage, and there's a door. Have you been in the house or not?
No. I haven't. We have other people there. So I've seen photos, but I know the general layout.
Yeah. And being out in the garage, towards outside the house, where the cars were.
Right by the garage.
The cars were actually out here.
Yeah.
That's when we not bumped in the wheels. I mean, he says here, and I threw it in the garbage that was in the kitchen.
Okay. So where is he?
And the Tacoma was standing here. The
Tacoma, sorry.
The Tacoma was here, I believe the Cherokee was here, and the Suburban. And
Where
this
is
is
it?
the house. Here.
And where's Fotis?
Here.
Okay.
And this is all like
Are the doors open on any of the cars?
I didn't see that in that moment, yeah. And then at some point, Pavel arrives, and that's when I see Pavel. That I believe it's around almost 5, maybe 4:30. I did also talk on the phone with a lady of the rocks.
Barbara? Barbara?
Yes. And she told me to pick up that they were closing earlier that day because they were slow people. I saw the text that at some point a text with Greg Smith, he's our water skier. I also at some point spoke with my dad because I have calls from my dad.
Okay.
I'm just telling you things that happened, but I'm not exactly in terms of time.
So you left at some point from 80 Mountain Road to go to the drugstore to get Barbara. Is that correct?
But that was actually like 25 when we were all leaving.
Can we start at the time that Pavel? Sure. That's just a very short time before. Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk about what happened when Pavel.
Pavel arrived, Fotis and I, we were like against the car.
Which car?
The Tacoma.
Skull, okay.
Yes. Fotis was like behind me, like physical contact. Pavel arrives. I think Fotis or Pavel said I didn't see anything or we weren't doing anything. I think something like a joke.
Maybe physically that you two were.
Like, yeah, we were making.
Yeah, I understand.
I believe Pavel started talking to Fotis about the house in New Canaan. I guess like how was the date or whatever. And at some point, I mean, I have to go because I wanted to go and get my rocks. So I think I said I have to go to get my rocks, and I think we all left pretty much at the same time. I think he turned around because he was parked here, so I think he backed up and he left in the.
He about leaves the restaurant.
He lives in the restaurant.
When you left, okay, where were the cars?
The Tacoma was here, the Cherokee somewhere in here, the Suburban and the Raptor here, because he arrived. More or less from what I remember.
So when you leave, what do you say?
I think we all left. I think Pavel leaves first. I'm not sure, but I think Fotis also lives in the Suburban. I live in the Cherokee. Fotis calls me and says, you took the keys for Pavel's car, or you have the keys of Pavel's car.
Not right away, right?
No, he calls me, like, I think the call was at 5:16.
And where were you when you received that call?
I was either in the house or driving to the house. I mean, I was somewhere in Deerfield, in the road. Deerfield,
No.
in the house. Okay, when I was in the house. And then I said, well, I'll meet you here. And
Why did you take the keys?
the keys were in the car, in the Cherokee.
Keys were in the Cherokee?
The keys were in the Cherokee because he said, you took the keys. I said, I did. He said, yes, you took the keys for Pavel's car. And I,
Shut up. That's not true. That's not true.
oh,
Shut up. That is not true.
I understand that Pavel came here for 10 hours
okay, well, so then I took the keys.
and talked to us.
I know.
So how did you get the keys, Michelle? To the Tacoma?
That part,
Just to show a little of the work we've done.
How did you get the keys to the Tacoma?
the keys of the Tacoma, they can be either, well, the Fotis put it in the car, or if I took the keys, it probably was in the, I don't know, I went over there in the car.
Alright. You ended up with the keys.
I ended up with the keys.
There's more to the story also. I mean.
Yeah, there is, right, this is step one of how the keys came to be in your possession, I want to be clear on how that happened. So do you remember, do you remember how you got the keys?
No, I don't, but the keys were in the, I had the keys, I did have the keys. I get outside the house, I give the keys to Fotis. I think Pavel, I don't think, I saw Pavel.
That's
turn on
not
the motorcycle,
true.
The Honda. And because supposedly he was gonna take the Honda home. And then I think I leave because I wanted to do the rocks, but it was late and I wasn't gonna make it. So I
I'm getting confused now. You get a call from Fotis, and he says you took the keys to the Tacoma, bring them back, is that correct?
but I didn't bring them back, I was in the house.
You were in the house?
I said, I come to the house, or I'm here in the house. So
Take the
they,
keys back to Eaton Spring?
no,
No?
no.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. I gave him the key in the house.
Okay.
At the post office, yes. I did not go back to Waiting. And
So the transfer of the keys took place before and you handed them to
Fotis,
Fotis?
yes,
Where was Pavel?
doing something with the motor,
Pavel was there too.
yes.
Was there any conversation prior to your leaving 80 Mountain between Fotis and Pavel about Tacoma staying at 80 Mountain Road?
Not that I know.
Not that you heard, not that you're aware of?
No.
Fotis didn't want him to take the Raptor for the weekend, that didn't come up, there was no discussion that you would install that?
Not in front of me.
Not in front of
And
you?
for what I've understood, Pavel took the Tacoma, and that actually I told him, how did he take the motor? How he puts the motor on top of the pickup? He says that he goes to 585 in Deerfield, and that he backs up in a place that there's a hill, and he puts the motorcycle on. That's what they explained me.
Did Fotis ever tell you that Papa wanted to sell the car?
Yes.
When did that take place?
That I think he told me that, I think it was on Wednesday with the car wash.
Okay.
Yes, at some point he tells me, I think Abel wants to sell his car, and he asked me to stay with the Cherokee, and I said, well, I don't care, the only thing that if I want the Cherokee for the weekends to go somewhere far, I mean, a long trip, he said, oh, no, that's not gonna be a problem. So that conversation was, I believe it was on Wednesday, when I went to take him to the car wash.
Do you remember the date of that Wednesday?
29.
So it's the 29th on Wednesday, you took Fotis.
Just going to pause it at 2:13:21 p.m. Detective Kimble, during your June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant ever say to you that she had gone to a car wash either with or at close in time to Mr. Dulos with the Tacoma?
No, she did not.
How about in that June 6, 2019 interview?
No.
Did the topic of a car wash ever come up during that first interview on June 2nd?
She mentioned the word car wash, but it was out of context. She did not elaborate in any way on the car wash.
Thank you.
Oh, that was the color?
No, Fotis at some point calls me and says, pick me up at the car wash in the parking lot. And so I went to pick him up, and then we went to meet with Andy. So we drove in.
Okay. A little more detail, okay? Because we're really kind of jumping ahead, which I think, because there was Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, or all days that
Yeah, I believe Abel took the Tacoma, because actually that night we were in the Raptor. And the next day, Fotis took the Suburban, supposedly to see the kids, and I had the Cherokee. And the Sunday the same. He had the Suburban, because he was going to supposedly pick up the kids in New York. And I had the Cherokee. So I believe Abel did take the Tacoma that Friday.
Today, believe it or not, guys, I'm actually doing work. So, with that said, I'm going to put a poll up, guys. You're watching this and listening to her. What are you thinking? I mean, is she convincing you that she may have tampered with evidence only? Or do you think she knows what happened with Jennifer, as she likes to say, and was involved in the cover-up of Jennifer's murder? Let me know what you guys think. I'm going to put the poll up.
Okay. With the motorcycle.
Yeah. So the day of the car wash, you're home, and you get a phone call from Fotis to come and meet you?
Yes, he said to me, he said, come and pick me up at I drop off the college school, I go back to the house, I get to change. And he said, he either told me I have to drop the car in the car wash, pick me up in the parking lot, which I did, I picked him up. We came here and then
wait, just, okay.
Well,
Exactly what you did.
I went to pick him up, he came, I changed seats, and he drove the Yukon.
Yep.
We had the Yukon,
The rental.
the rental.
Now, your understanding of him taking the Tacoma to get washed was for what reason?
He told me that Abel wanted to sell the car, and that, I mean, the whole, what I understood was that the whole philosophy was that Abel was going to stay with the Cherokee for a while until he gets a different car. And I said, I don't mind. I don't mind him staying with the Cherokee as long as if I go on a weekend somewhere, I can have the Cherokee because it's easier to drive.
And on what day was that explained to you, that Pavel was gonna have the Cherokee?
Wednesday,
Wednesday,
when he went to the car wash.
so the day of the car wash.
The car wash.
Okay.
So, all right, so he calls you, says, here, pick me up. Is that right?
Yeah, we're talking, on the phone. At some point, he called me like at 9:11, and I called, or vice versa. I called him at 9:11. He calls me at 9:13. But we end up on 44. There's a car wash. In that car wash, in the parking lot, I pick him up. Obviously, I changed seats. He drove to come down here.
Yeah, that's the first day you meet with Attorney Gordon.
Yes. And I don't know what time we arrived here, but.
Okay, so
And then
then,
on the way back, I received a phone call from the car wash at 1:39 saying that the car was ready. I didn't give them my phone number because I didn't go and talk to them. It was Fotis. Okay. And then us driving back, I'm not 100%. We either after the meeting with Andy, we drove back to Farmington. Stops in the bank. Then I'm not sure if I picked up Nicole in the school. I don't know. This part I'm not right. And then back to the car wash that I dropped him off to pick up the car, and then I drove back home, or I went to pick up Nicole. That's. I mean, the car. He washed the car. I mean.
So where were you? When did Fotis leave that morning?
I mean.
When did Fotis leave? He drove out of Jefferson with Tacoma, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know when he left the house that morning?
No, but I believe it was like around 9, could be. I believe, I'm not 100%.
Where were you when he left? Were you
Eh,
still at the house?
I was in the house, but I probably went out right after him to pick up him.
When you say you probably went right after him, Michelle,
I know,
You- let me ask you a
I
question,
think I
Michelle.
went after him to pick
well,
up.
after him could be a minute after him, a second after him, or an hour after him.
No, it wasn't an hour.
Okay.
It was
So,
close to going after him, like immediately.
immediately after him?
Yes.
So were you following him out of the driveway? Or did you leave a few minutes after he left?
No, I think it was immediately, like right after him.
Okay, so were you following him out of the driveway? Or was it a few minutes after he left that you
No, it
left?
can be following him.
Right. And when he dropped the car off at Russell Street or in Avon, where were you?
In the parking lot, in the car.
You were in the parking lot, right?
Yeah,
Okay. So he dropped the car off.
yeah.
So how do you need to have a phone call from him to come pick him up? Because you're with him, dropping off the
No,
car.
I wasn't with him. He was in another car, and I was in another.
You were in the parking lot.
We spoke, and probably we spoke about, okay, I'm gonna drop off the car, go and drive to Andy. We had 2 calls.
Yes, also, you guys, I cannot believe that he's still letting her talk at this point, but that's what her attorney's doing, so I don't know what to say. That's it is what it is. It is what it is, so yeah, this should have been stopped a long time ago, but because she's clearly not helping, she doesn't want to help. This is just garbage. I don't know why you let her keep talking, but hey, that's how it goes. That's how it goes. So, back to the show.
What did we talk? I don't know, but obviously I did drop him off. I'm not saying I didn't drop him off. Not drop him, I mean, I was in the
You told
car.
us that he had to call you to come pick him up, but actually you were in the parking lot of Russell Peters when he's dropping off the Tacoma,
Yes.
making arrangements to have it detailed, correct?
No, I didn't say any of that. I was in the parking lot.
Asking.
Okay, I was in the parking lot. I never talked to the
I
car.
understand that,
Okay,
but
so,
when he goes into Russell Peters
yes,
to drop off the Tacoma, to
yes,
get it detailed,
yes.
you are in the parking lot of Russell Peters.
Russell's Field.
Is that correct?
Yes, I was in the
Okay,
parking
so
lot.
once he leaves, he
He,
drops the limb.
okay.
He comes out of Russell Peters,
He told me where are you?
shut him up.
Okay.
He comes out of the office, he's paid for the detail. Does he get into your car?
He gets into the car, yes.
Okay. So I don't understand why he needs to call you and tell you to come pick him up.
No, maybe it's, where are you? It's standing in the parking lot, or like, looking for me in the parking
So all
lot.
I know is what you're telling us, so
I
he was
know.
come and pick me up, so that's why I'm asking.
Wait, I'm not,
Is this a good time to take a break, Judge?
10 more minutes.
Yes, sir.
where are you? To come to the car. I mean, that's.
So you followed him to Russell Speaker, he went and left your phone number apparently,
Yes, because
Right.
he told me,
and then he comes out, he gets into well, you guys switch, you're in the rental Yukon, and the two of you drive down together to Attorney Bowman in
Yes.
Westport,
yes,
correct?
yes,
And then sometime during the afternoon, through 1:39, you get a call,
Yes.
and you go back to Russell Speeder.
I'm not sure if we went to drive, no, first, I don't know if we were driving from here to
Right.
Farmington.
Right, I'm listening.
At some point, I know he stops in the bank.
Well, right,
And maybe I drop him there, or
I'm
I,
back to the house. This is you guys in back, right?
yeah,
Okay,
okay, yeah. I mean, I'm
Detective Kimble, what are you showing the defendant? I paused it at 2:22:17.
Those are 2 still frames from the People's Bank surveillance from the ATM machine, which is essentially directly across from Russell Speeders.
Or I would say People's Bank, it's now M&T Bank.
It's out now M&T Bank, correct?
There, yes.
That's the deputy
My
there?
husband was there, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just saying, yes, you go to the bank and then you go.
Do I go to pick up the phone, or
Do you remember?
I
One second, do you remember you go?
But I don't know, but I know I went to roll up to the car wash and I dropped him off.
I want to go back to the email for just 1 second. Phyllis hands you the paper towel, the brown substance. Where did you place that?
In one of the black bags.
One of the black bags?
Yes.
Is that the only thing you placed in the black bag?
No, I put some paper towels that I used, and then that was it.
I think so
left
too,
all the
Lorraine,
cleaning
but-
supplies in the kitchen.
Okay. So that's the only thing you saw or threw out that he gave you at any amount? Anything else you threw out, the stuff that you used?
Yes.
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 Did all that stuff go into that one bag?
I don't know, because I never went back to the house and I didn't pick up the cleaning supplies or anything. I guess at some point, if Fotis went back to pick up the Tacoma, he probably took everything. And I never went back to that city to get money after that.
On Friday? What do you mean you never went back after you left, which time? After you went home to switch out the vacuum cleaner, right?
Yes, and
Then
then
you
we went
went
back, yes, when we all left, since we all left, which I believe it was around 5,
Okay.
I never went back to 80.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Did you ever take Fotis on Friday? Did you ever take Fotis back to Jefferson?
What do you mean?
So you and Fotis at some point are both at 80.
Uh-huh.
Do you go back to Fort Jefferson around 407? And do you remember taking Fotis back to Jefferson? Or having Fotis and you drive back to Jefferson? On Friday?
It could be that he came to the crowd show.
So you don't remember how?
You know what, I
What?
think, no, I think I took his phone that was on charge,
You took his phone?
to charge it, I think. Can it be or no?
That's in there. You were there.
I know, but I don't know, maybe he gave me the phone because he said I have no battery. And when I went and charged it at some point, then I left.
Then you left.
I mean, I went back
You gotta say where you
I went
are.
back, okay, from Fort Jefferson, I went back to 80.
You just took the phone back? Is this an 80 or is this you did it?
I think I did, I think I took his phone to charge,
Because his battery's going with it. And he remained at 80.
yes.
Doing what? Cleaning out the cone?
No,
Oh,
I saw him, I told you, outside, I saw him, at some point he went down to the basement because the door I saw it open. And no, that's it. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to what he was doing. I was inside the house.
No, you needed to do the towel work. No, you needed to do the dirty towel work outside the house.
Well, I was walking outside the house and that's where we met. And the only time I was out is in the porch, in the terrace outside the house, but looking towards the lots,
Kind of the north side, the north.
to the lots.
Third, which is.
This is the house, and then there's a tree here that I like because the tree, I like it because how it looks from one of the rooms. And the porch is here, and the garage is here, and all the garage parking is here.
The north is this way. So the lot is here, but it's.
And he has these 2 lots for sale.
Right.
Well, one supposedly is sold.
This would be an appropriate time to take the recess.
Yes, sir. Pause it at 2:27:29.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, guys. Yeah, we are going to take the break here. We're going to speed through that, though. Well, come on, StreamYard. Why are you doing this to me?
This afternoon, but I sent a copy to the court last night, a motion to eliminate with respect to defense experts.
Yes.
My concern,
What the heck happened here? Okay, well, day 23 afternoon. What? It just lost me the track of time where we were. God.
Pausing at 2:27:29.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will take our
That's what I wanted.
afternoon recess.
That's what I want to make sure happened here. Okay.
Well,
I'm going to be in.
Okay, so we got something. Here we go. Here we
copy
go.
to the court last night, a motion to eliminate with respect to defense experts.
Yes.
My concern is that I anticipate the state is going to be resting sometime early next week. And so I would like that motion to be heard sooner than later. I'm not saying it needs to be heard right this second, but my concern, Judge, frankly, is that these experts could be on the stand as early as next week, and we have basically really no information about what they're going to be testifying to.
Into
in
next
writing.
week, they're
And,
going to be
it's a great
going,
concern
oh my
for the state.
God.
Frankly, I think that they should be excluded, but we'll take that up at the appropriate time. I just
Very briefly, I marked for ID the two extensive CVs of the two experts I mentioned. One is Dr. Elizabeth Loftus, who's probably the most preeminent expert in the country on memory and things that affect memory. So first of all, the suggestion that he doesn't know anything, I'm going to ask the court, I marked the two items for identification and anticipation of this. They are, I just have the letters for the record, so the court will at least in anticipation know they're there.
And Judge, just
I
to
and
correct the record.
JJ, excuse me, I'm
Well,
not done.
well,
I
I
and
have to
JJ,
correct
and
the
more
record,
importantly,
Judge,
Your Honor,
because
Well,
frankly,
Attorney
he's
Felsen offered to
misrepresenting
me.
what the state said.
It's time for recess because court is not going to entertain and the monitor is not going to entertain counsel talking at the same time. So we'll come back. 3:25.
All right.
He basically said, I got to take a leak, and I'm not ruining my break for this. But yes, this is funny. They're going back and forth. This is getting cute. These guys, they just need to have like a big old hug. Like you can just see it. It's like friends forever. Mwah. So let's see what they get to here. Time traveling to, let's go to here.
Has a copy of the state's motion in limine regarding defense experts dated February 15th, 2024.
Yeah, just very briefly. So I marked.
Mr. Connors can be
We're going to
seated.
do that.
I had indicated, even before I provided the disclosures, that the state is correct when they were handed, that I was planning on calling or believing I may be calling these witnesses that deal with obvious things, such as memory in general. The Noosa's case was the case that at one point the state tried to remember and they couldn't remember the name of the case. I found it, I've read that case. That case specifically says that the defense does not have to have a report prepared by an expert. And what the court needs to understand is a report prepared by a privately retained expert is very expensive, especially, it's not a case where either of those experts evaluated Ms. Troconis, went, talked to her, or in any way have to testify or will testify about her specific person. They're talking in general about the items that affect matters such as stress, fatigue, shock, the things that have already been established in the case. And the second witness, that's Dr. Loftus. The second witness, Dr. Or Professor Marianne, deals with the issues of how people who speak more than one language, how they process information, how interruptions can affect their ability to repeat or report information accurately. So in general. Now, what's concerning to me is twofold. Number one, last Friday, the court specifically asked the state when they were going to conclude. And they said they expected to conclude on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, even if there was a snowstorm and the jury wasn't here this past Tuesday, which there was. Now I'm hearing that they're saying that they're going to conclude, quote, sometime during the week, which is a problem because I have witnesses flying in, multiple witnesses flying in Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that's why the court asked the state those questions. So that's concerning to me as well. Together with the fact that the whole morning was spent over my objection, the court overruled my objection, rehashing evidence that had already been admitted over the course of the last almost 5 weeks. And therefore, we missed a couple of hours of being able to complete this witness's testimony and the playing of the third interrogation, which I know we're not even Well, we might just, no, we're not even at the half point yet, according to the transcript anyway. It could even be longer if there's delays, and that is pauses. So what I wanted to say in response, I think that the state's motion is without merit. I believe that whatever they're arguing that they don't have enough time, what Mr. McGinnis failed to tell the court is Ms. Felsen offered to actually this weekend give Mr. McGinnis every area that we would be covering with these witnesses. I'm going to be speaking to them on the weekend, and at this point, I only have the general areas that have been set forth, and I'll note, it's 45-page CV. It lists all of the articles, everything that Professor Loftus has written about, and it's all within the scope of that. And the final point I'll make, Your Honor, is this. The state suggests, and I submit erroneously, that they have complied and given me all of the reports of their expert witnesses in a timely fashion. And I will just state for the record that it's simply untrue. Now, I have not made an issue of it. We've been given the name of a witness the night before. In the case of raw data, yeah, they gave us raw data, such as that Burla report, which Your Honor heard. It's like 1,000 pages or more long. And, you can't tell from that what's relevant and what's not. You can look at it just like somebody gives me, 6 months or 2 years of AT&T records, until they actually do a report. Even Agent Hoyland's report was done February 8th, excuse me, I believe. I can't remember. But the point being, I sucked it up. I got it. The gentleman from the lab who did the Burla investigation, I got that report with the maps that morning. Did I complain that we had to postpone the trial so I could contact someone else and go into it? No. So my point here, Your Honor, is
when that happens, though, you have to say something so you can give the court the opportunity to say, I'm going to make things fair. But you don't say anything, you kind of waive any issue. But that's why you bitch about everything. You bitch and cry and moan.
Witnesses that are lined up now. It's going to be towards the end of next week, but the state has had ample time, and their suggestion that they don't is not well taken under any theory or reading of minusis. Thank you.
Judge, I don't even know where to begin, but I guess I'll start with marking a couple of things for identification, since that's a theme for this hearing. Judge, I'm handing forward what has been marked for identification in states 150 and 151, which are two engagement letters between Attorney Schoenhorn and his, quote, expert witnesses. Just ask the court, perhaps direct you to the last page, which is the date of signature.
Thank you.
Judge, this is absolute trial by ambuscade. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The defense is playing games. That's all this is. The reality is that neither of these experts were on their witness list. They have dropped, and Attorney Schoenhorn somehow suggests that a 45-page CV alleviates any prejudice. That belies common sense, Judge. The fact that the CV is so long and we've been given still no clear direction on what she's going to testify to, he's going to speak with her this weekend, I think is what he said. How can we possibly prepare adequate cross-examination under these circumstances? And the defense, and this happens often, they mistake having a...
Yeah, okay, yes. And Trish, you were right. I heard the same thing, too. The expert has not actually interviewed the subject he's trying to give an expert testimony on until, days before he testifies. I don't know how that works. Is he going to go, yes, I talked to Michelle, and she gets talking about Jennifer, she gets all scary and anxious and muy anxioso, as we say. So it's really hard for her to do a job because she knows two languages mine. Seriously, what is she gonna do? This is not good. This is not a good look.
Burden of proof with not having a burden of production. They are not the same thing. If they want to call an expert witness, they have to give us adequate notice. They let us know that they were calling these two witnesses. One was as late as February 6th. The other one was January 30th. Attorney Manning asked Attorney Schoenhorn to please put what she would be testifying to in writing, and he did not. And as evidenced by today, he refuses to do so, okay? And so we are really at a real disadvantage here, Judge. And I want to say this. We don't know whether or not we're going to need to file a Porter hearing. I have no idea whether or not this type of testimony has been accepted.
That's going to be like a Dauber hearing.
Mostly because I don't have an adequate proffer as to each witness. With respect to Dr. Marion, I've never heard of this science until Mr. Schoenhorn brought it to our attention, so we might be looking at some Porter hearings next week if we do go forward. Mr. Schoenhorn repeatedly misquotes the state in his oral arguments. What I said was we would be resting sometime early next week, i.e. Tuesday. So he says we would rest sometime during the week. Again, he just misquotes us. But Judge, really the issue here, it's a matter of fundamental fairness. You know, we have done our best to collaborate with the defense. We have done our best to accommodate their many requests. You know, Attorney Schoenhorn brings up the Burler report, and that's interesting because he was given that report years ago and asked Attorney Manning if it could be sort of a Reader's Digest version, could be put together. And so we did that for him, and that's the version that he got, the version that he requested. Okay? So these are misstatements of the record, to say the least, Judge. And they are false equivalencies. Okay? Now, with respect to Attorney Felsen offering for me to have an opportunity to speak with Dr. Loftus, that is true. The reason I didn't mention it is because I said we weren't going to be arguing this at that point. I just wanted to bring it to the court's attention to argue it, not because I was somehow trying to withhold information from the court. But what's interesting about that is Attorney Felsen asked me whether or not I had received her email about speaking with Dr. Loftus. And I said, no, I haven't seen that. She said, I emailed you. I said, well, I haven't seen it. And then she approaches me and says, actually, I don't see the sent email to you, but you can speak with Dr. Loftus this weekend if you want. So if you look at the Jackson case, Judge, which we cited in our memorandum, Justice McDonald specifically said in that opinion that offering one party to speak with the opposing party's expert is inadequate. It's inadequate because that expert is not just going to say, here are all the weaknesses in my testimony that you can expose on cross-examination. So if we look at the Jackson case, which I think is really the model here in terms of late disclosure. Now, in that case, it was the state and the defendant was complaining about late disclosure. They are way over the line in terms of the disclosure here, and they still refuse to give us anything concrete in writing so that we can prepare cross-examination. This is a farce, and the false equivalencies of what we've been doing and what they've been doing have got to stop. If you look at the engagement letters, Judge, they engaged these two experts in August of 2020 and February of 2021. Why weren't they on the so-called list of names that might come up? Why weren't they on that list if they might have come up? I mean, if you look at the engagement letters, if deemed desirable by the attorneys, the business associate.
It has to stop, Your Honor. My clams are getting... Judge, my clams are so steamed right now. Oh!
Shall offer expert testimony in either court or by deposition. So that's a name that might come up. Yet for some reason, we didn't get it. We didn't get it until January 30th. We didn't get it until February 6th. Judge, they should be precluded from offering this testimony. Otherwise, we need a continuance and they need to have their experts write a report. And this is going to take a really long time because this is unfair. This is fundamentally unfair.
Well, what the court
May I
does not,
respond quickly?
well, this is not a matter of the response at this point.
I
The court
understand.
has to make sure the jury isn't ambushed. Now, looking back on the history of the pretrial proceedings,
The Jew Rose can be ambushed.
Dr. Aruva had a report that was made available. So the court is not unaware that when reports are requested, they're made available by the defense. The state's witnesses have had reports made available. The issue here, in this court's view, is whether the state, in fairness and in the interests of justice, can mount an effective cross-examination based on a 45-page curriculum vitae. And the court's view is that they cannot. The state is probably not even, based on the representations, novitiates at understanding this area of memory or psychology, whatever area it falls into.
That's
So they
a
cannot
big
even
word.
mount an effective cross-examination.
Call them novices. Big word, chat. I've never heard that before. But I know what it
The-
means.
Failure to have a report, if the expert has written 100 books, it wouldn't be that difficult to generate a report. It could be cut and paste.
That's actually not good for a fucking
In this court
expert.
view, it's an ambush.
Uh-oh.
Unless the testimony by the expert is so general that it wouldn't constitute an ambush.
That
But
wouldn't
then it wouldn't be expert testimony.
Yeah, it wouldn't be an expert testimony at that point. That's a problem.
The court is not going to inquire as to the reason there is no report. The court has heard that they're expensive to prepare. The court understands that. That expense does not outweigh the state's opportunity to cross-examine. Now, that just concerns the expert on memory. The expert on cell site placement may deserve different consideration. Cell site placement is, in this court's view, well, depending on who the expert is, not going to be essentially a substantial component of the defense. There's no need to, at this point in the trial, to pretend what this case is about. This case is about the credibility of the defendant and the physical evidence. Cell site placement is not going to be a significant component of the defense. So the court is not as concerned about no report for the expert who will testify concerning cell site placement. But concerning memory, the court is concerned. Because that is the gravamen of the defense. If this is just a matter of slipped memory and not willful failure to disclose information, that's a substantial slice of the defense. And the state should have an opportunity to cross-examine. But with a 45-page curriculum vitae and 100 books, the state is not going to have a reasonable opportunity to do that. The court looks back to the testimony of Dr. Aruba. It appeared in that instance the state had a significant opportunity to cross-examine. There was a report. The state combed that report in its examination, its cross-examination. That opportunity is not here. So concerning the memory expert, court grants the motion. Concerning the cell site placement expert, the motion is denied.
And Judge, does that also include Dr. Viorica Marion, who apparently was going to testify about linguistics and memory?
Yes.
I just want to point out, Your Honor, that the court did not allow me to put all the stuff on the record that I was going to put on. So I just want the court to be aware of a couple of things. First of all, the fact that I retained people to consult years ago is very clear that until they were necessary to be witnesses, and that was when Detective Kimble first testified, even while he was still on the stand, that's when it was first disclosed to the state that I intended to call an expert potentially, but I had not yet had an opportunity to follow up with that. But I gave the CVs that I was given at that point. This goes, what the court is doing, I want to be clear, this is the defense. So the court is specifically denying the defendant to put on a defense. And Stay versus Manousis specifically says the court does not have the authority under the practice book rule that the state had cited in its motions to require the defendant to prepare a report at her expense. So until the decision was made, I've consulted with a lot of experts, including a cell site expert, so I would be able to intelligently, I consulted with a DNA expert, I consulted with a CD tower expert. The question about whether they would be necessary for trial is something that comes up during the course of the state's case and not ahead of time. So to suggest, and I want to note that I was given a note here, one of the things that Attorney Felsen offered to do was give actual transcripts of Dr. Loftus's testimony from other cases, which I know Mr. McGinnis failed to note to the court. So if the court is saying the defendant is not allowed to put on its defense, and that's the main point of its defense, in fact, I would say it's the
this ain't gonna work like that, chat. I don't think, like, you know, if this was an issue coming up, they should have probably provided some notice to the court. They were gonna, like, if I knew this was gonna happen, and I knew as soon as they did that, I was bringing in this memory expert, I would have notified the court then. To do it now, I think it's probably not the best idea. And I don't think the court's gonna buy it. But, oh, am I still on mute? No, I'm not. Okay, good. Yeah, I just don't know if this is, I don't like this one, chat. I don't think this is working good for them. So, also, guys, please take a look at the poll and chat. Take a poll and chat. How's this looking for Michelle at this point?
Whole basis of defense, other than there is no evidence of her involvement on any of these charges, then at least I want the court and the record to be clear that that's what the court is doing. I'm also aware that every one of, or many of her testimonies are also available on public websites, so they could have looked at that. And again, we're talking about January, so they've had all that time. They give me, and the court has permitted it, the night before I'm given the name of a witness for the next morning. I'm given no extra notice, so that what the court has now done is they've countenanced this entire trial with the state by ambuscade or ambushot. The last minute, I have to prepare that night for the next day's witnesses. And Your Honor would not even require them to do a full of who they actually were going to call as witnesses. There are 180 names on their list, 150 to 180, I don't know the exact number. And I was told I have to be ready to cross-examine any one of them, because if they're on their list, that's their list. So I want the court to understand that it would be maybe the only case in Connecticut history where the court has precluded the defense because of and I submit, an erroneous allegation by the state that they don't have enough time to prepare. We've sat through hours, we've sat through days, Your Honor, of testimony of witnesses saying we didn't find anything. And I objected to that. The court allowed all that in, even though it had no relevance to the case. And I submit will confuse the jury. Your Honor pointed out I could cross-examine on the absence of evidence. But when it comes to the right to present a defense, it's paramount. We're not on the same team. The state has a burden, has a statutory burden to turn over everything. And there is nothing that this court ordered. There's nothing that was required to be turned over that would require the defense to prepare a report, quote unquote, by experts. And these are not scientific experts. So even the statement about State versus Porter, perhaps Mr. McGinnis doesn't know that under Connecticut law, Connecticut has not adopted the Cumho tire line of cases. So under Connecticut, the only expert Porter hearings have to do new scientific research, scientific reports, such as DNA and whatnot, and whether STR mix would be admissible. So I just want the court to be aware that, and I'm saying this on the record, the court is denying the defendant her constitutional right under the state and federal constitution to present a defense. Now, the last thing I want to ask
before you proceed, counsel, this court's practice is not to impugn counsel, but there is the practice of impugning the court. What the court is doing is the result of what the court is doing may be, in counsel's view, to deny the defendant an effective defense.
Yeah, I apologize. I'll rephrase that the effect of the court's ruling is to deny the defendant the right to present a defense. And I just want to clarify, though, is the court also precluding general teaching testimony on the subject as well, even if it does not refer to the specifics of this case?
Well, the court has no idea what is going to be the testimony. That's the concern.
Well, I
And
didn't.
here's what the court did not want and would not allow: that there be a rerun of these 7 hours and the videos be stopped, and then the expert is asked, what about this? What about that? 25 minutes in, what about that? 18 minutes after that, what about that? The court wouldn't allow that. So even if the court were to indicate there be some testimony allowed, it wouldn't allow that.
Understood.
And the court's second view is there's a Sixth Amendment right to a speedy and public trial before an impartial jury in the state and district in which the crime shall have been committed, which shall have been previously ascertained by law. The defendant shall have the right to cross-examine, bring in their own witnesses, subpoena witnesses, and have counsel for the defense. That does not mean the defendant can present any kind of defense at any time for however long with whatever continuance is needed in any manner. You may proceed.
Judge, may I just be heard briefly?
Yes.
So firstly, he misreads Manusis entirely. Manusis does grant the court the authority to order the expert to produce in writing their opinions. That's number one. Number two, I would just note that Attorney Schoenhorn's argument really is a house of cards and it collapses because what he indicated is that, once again, a false equivalency, that somehow the court is being unfair to the defense because they're only finding out who the witnesses are a day in advance because they're on our witness list. Listen carefully to that.
I'm sorry, I wasn't done, Your
they're on
Honor,
our
and I thought he
witness
was going to interject and said he's now doing his rebuttal. I'm
The
not
court is,
used to
the
that.
court is going to give both counsel their opportunity, so we're not in a rush.
The difference, of course, is that our witnesses were actually on our witness list and theirs wasn't. So the argument, quite frankly, collapses on its face.
Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes. The defense, I want to be clear, does not have a duty to produce a list of witnesses. Once a person is determined to be a witness, depending on the state's case, it is immediately produced, even though that's not the requirement. But what I just heard say was the court has the authority to order an expert to prepare a report, but the court never did that. So the fact that Manusis, in I think dictum, says that under one of the practice book rules, the court could order that, that didn't happen here. And what Manusis says is that under the practice book rule does not require a witness to prepare a report. And I'm indicating that we are in the process of interviewing those witnesses as it pertains to this case. So if the court wishes, and if that's going to be the issue, then between now and Tuesday, we will prepare a discovery response that will cover the areas that the witness is intending to respond to. But to suggest that we should be precluded
It's gonna be too
from
late
putting
for you
on
guys at
testimony
this
about
point.
how things like
He's not going to allow it.
sleep deprivation, stress, etc., affect people's memory, affect multiple people questioning at the same time, the implantation of, by drillings into somebody, memories that then by the next time they become to believe is their own, again, without specific reference to any particular person. It's based on her, for example, Dr. Loftus, for 40 years of research and study.
Well, the court understands, counsel. The issue for the court is not whether there is what would be referred to as a report. As counsel knows, you can submit, or it has been submitted when a brief is asked for, a letter brief. The court hopes counsel has seen those.
I have, yes.
Or some sort of, in technical areas, some sort of abstract. But when there's nothing, that tilts the seesaw of fairness. So your expert, again, in this court's view, can cut and paste and put something together very quickly.
All right, I understand.
May I be heard, Judge?
Yes.
I mean, I would object to the defense being given that opportunity at this point because we've been asking for it. They haven't done it now because the court has precluded the testimony. They apparently want to dump a report on our laps at the last minute in some last-ditch effort to try to save this testimony. And it's still a late disclosure. We still don't know how much time we're going to need to digest this report, whether or not it's valid. By the way, Attorney Schoenhorn said it's not scientific. Well, if it's not scientific, then it shouldn't be admissible. That's my view. Because as the court indicated, if it's just general testimony, it's not expert testimony. So that's the first thing. But to try to have them resurrect this proffer after
He's making a
just
good
arguing with the
point.
court for 15 minutes about how they didn't have to produce a report, I'd ask the court to not revisit its ruling because we're still going to be in the place we are, which is we're going to get a report dumped on our lap on Monday night, and we're going to be expected to cross next week, and it's unfair.
Well, here's what the court is inclined to do. Of course, the report is going to be admitted as a full exhibit, correct? If there is a report, that's what generally would have to happen. The court would require, and this is irregular, the court would require what the court will term a report, in whatever form it comes, by tonight at midnight. Email the court with the report. So the court knows that it has come in, made available to the state. Counsel had
I'll just say,
indicated.
Your Honor, I don't even know if we could reach these individuals by tonight, so that's part of the
Ooh, that's
concern.
not a good answer.
Dr.
To say, I'll get it
Loftus is
done.
in California, and Professor Marion is in Chicago.
then you know what? You've got office staff. That other attorney needs to get on the horn, start firing out emails and all kinds of shit. Like, the judges give you till midnight. Get it done, man. This is like, what, 3 o'clock in the afternoon? If they're in California, it's only like 1 o'clock. Get it going. Whew, it sucks, but the judge gave you a chance now. He threw you a bone. I take advantage of it.
And there it is. That's what I'm talking about. They want to dump it on us.
Well, the court's ruling
And there it is. That's what I'm talking about. They want to dump it on. It's so hard putting people in prison, Your Honor. It's so hard being a prosecutor. Oh my God. Oh my God. I go home every day and it doesn't matter to my job. Oh no. Jesus. You know, it's like he thinks that the people he works with go to prison if he has a bad day. It's so hard, Your Honor. Ah!
is tonight at midnight. They have assistants, the court would suspect, graduate students, fellows, and the court wants to know what has come in by tonight at midnight, and the state has had an opportunity to receive it.
We need 5-minute recess so we can make a phone call right now.
That's fine.
Yes, Turnips, you're 100% right. So you just say, sure thing, Judge, I'll get it done.
Let's come back in at 5 minutes after 4.
There's no, yeah, you don't, there's no fucking around that. You're like, you know what, Judge? I'll get it done for you. Not a problem, sir. Yes, sir. Till midnight? Like, he could have said till the end of business, or 7 o'clock. He gave you probably 3:45, that's 8 hours. You call that expert, you're like, I'm paying you, get this shit done, bro. Knock it out. Although, if I was the prosecutor, and he didn't bring this up, the initial issue with the defense's expert was going to be, correct me if I'm wrong on this, well, he's going to talk about being bilingual and having issues with your memory. Okay. But now he threw in being sleep deprived, being, all these other issues, boom, 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 boom. He had in a bunch of extra stuff, and I'd say, Your Honor, that's not what he said earlier. Now we're expanding the scope of what this expert's going to talk about. I think the judge would have probably said, whatever, I'm giving until midnight anyway because they're going to crash and burn. But I still would have brought that up, unless, I don't think he called that out, but I would have called that out too. So, anyway, let me see what you guys have to say here. Yeah, chop, chop, get it done. Look at the judge smile, yeah. Yes. Yes, Mr. Hall Monitor. Did the prosecutor get dumped like Vince McMahon in the past, perhaps? Yes! Can I change my vote because of how much a flat waffle the prosecutor is? You can if you want to. You should be able to change it. Old Line Red saying it's 2 different experts, one on stress, and sleep deprivation, and one on linguistics. Oh. So one's going to be My Fair Lady, pretty much. Okay. I have bedhead hair. Well, it's not even bedhead hair, it's just this thing gets it all messed up with, and I didn't, it's not like I combed it this morning. I don't have to go anywhere. So, and then, real quick on Super Chats, I forgot from earlier. Unhung Hero for $2 says, Chimney, was Chandler Halderson involved? Yes, they took a bite, maybe. And Old Nine Red, you said this from earlier. Yes, Michelle's so stressed out and bilingual, she totally told 3 bullshit stories. Yeah. Guys, I've been listening to that story, the interview. I am not, she is not convincing me she didn't have a hand in this. Either that or she's just completely stupid. I get it. I love Fotis, mi amore. He's my man. And either she covered up, she's covered up for him, or she's an idiot. I don't know which it is. But either one of those, how you go to prison. Also, I want to give you guys a programming note. Tomorrow night, we are going to go through the Hannah Reid police interview to get ready for trial. And then we're going to figure out, because I've got trial on, I don't trial. I have court on, I've got court hearings Wednesday and Thursday requiring me to be out and about. I'm not sure what time we'll have to watch those and catch up. But I wanted to give you guys the interview right on the eve of trial, so we're ready to go. So that'll be tomorrow night at 8 p.m. And Trish says, so he wants an issue an expert that's not filed a report and never reviewed Troconis. Yes, the problem is, though, for them, and I think it's a fair argument, the police are now hammering on the fact she didn't have memory issues, like she wasn't telling the same story. Although, to be fair, if I'm Attorney Schornhorn, and I don't know how I would not have known they're going to play all 3 interviews, because there is a there's a progressive difference in the interviews. One goes from like, okay, I know nothing, okay, I know some things, and oh no, los míos, I know everything. Well, that's something they're going to use to show she's a liar and can't be trusted. So, I don't know how he couldn't have known that. So, but the argument is fair, though. If it's a new thing that's been raised and you didn't know how it was going to be presented, I mean, this is where I'm surprised the judge didn't say file a bill of particulars. But whatever, we'll figure it out. And in the Seth Kearney interview, yeah, we'll have to get that one too tomorrow night. But yeah, we'll get 2 of them tomorrow because they're not very long. Which means, guys, once Hannah Reid takes off, we're probably going to put Michelle Troconis on the back burner because I think by this point, after 23 days in, it's really going to be the state kind of producing circumstantial evidence that she did it. I doubt they have a smoking gun or a text message saying, oh, yes, let me help you cut up the body. I'm good with the knife. I don't think there's anything out there like that. So, yes, Porcelain says, this judge es muy bueno. Yes, he's actually very good. And honestly, I'm thinking Michelle's really stupid. All right, guys. Well, we're going to speed ahead to this end of this pause, and then we'll get going for the rest of it. All right, here we go.
Bring the jury in, please. Would counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Judge, we're going to pick it back up at 2:27:29 p.m.
The whole piece is problematic. Is there anything,
Wow, the sound got really bad all of a sudden.
okay. Do you need anything? Do you use the bathroom? Do you need to cook? How do you feel like you're doing right now with this?
Obviously, I'm not comfortable, but I can't feel that.
Can you just be more truthful with us? Because I'm not sure I can.
Well, I tell you, everything this has been like very shocking to me.
I understand that.
And like when we spoke 2 months ago, I mean, I was like completely in shock. I've been really working hard with Andy to try to to figure out and bring my memory back to all details. What have helped me is chats, pictures, that I've been recollecting from people.
You bring up more picture, and I think that's what we're doing. Because we're here to determine which of these pictures, which of these folders, these pretty thin folders, right? Are these going to stay thin, or are they going to continue on being, having photos put into them? So there are certain things in my mind that are not going to be anymore. Okay. This is you in photos, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
This is not going to be anymore, ever. I'm just guessing. Okay. There are some other things that I'm hoping you still have an opportunity to partake in. I mean, you have some idea. You know what's a nice dress? Okay, this is you in your family in Cuba, I believe, one of those photographs. Right, these are your family, right?
well,
You-
this is my
Okay, this
best
is your
friend.
family, right?
It's not family, this is my best friend, my
Right.
best friend.
Okay,
And this is a wife of him, this is a kid of him.
but these people are important to you, right?
Yes, of course.
Is this person important to you? Okay.
He got me into all
You
this.
got you into a lot of crap. These people are important to you, right? Yeah. No, I have to guess. Which time? Kind of the one they were pretty 24, 25. They weren't right out of the stage.
It's fine.
Is this person important to you, Michelle?
Yes.
Okay. Because quite frankly, this person is, I didn't know Nicole, but she's important to me. Because I don't want her to be without her mother. And I'll tell you right now, the way that things are going, I'm not feeling overly confident that you're being truthful enough with us to keep yourself together with her. Because, you know, Jennifer Valente, she and her boyfriend, Kyle David, she was sitting in your chair one time, telling us stories, kind of like what you're telling us. You know where she is right now? She's in prison for 8 years. I don't want that to be you, because I don't want her to be without a mom. So you need, we're not asking you difficult questions. These are things, Michelle, I want you to tell what happened to Jennifer, what you know about what Fotis did to Jennifer. That's what I want to know.
Okay, I don't know.
Let's take a break.
Yeah, take a few minutes and then okay.
I think that's a little bit.
It's just, I'm trying to kind of shock you a little bit, because this is what it comes down to. All right? Have a few minutes. We're gonna,
This is we go.
I'll capture it out because we have to. But if you want to go somewhere private, we can go to somewhere else, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Go where you want.
All right, if you could just show us where I want to.
No, no, it's fine. You can come out here.
Just going to pause it at 2:32:08. Detective, in that last segment, you suggested to Attorney Bowman to take a break or asked if they needed a break. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And why did you do that?
We wanted to have a little bit of regrouping. We give him a chance to speak to his client and hopefully talk some sense into her.
All right. At this point, Judge, with the court's permission, can I jump ahead 30 seconds at a
Yes.
time until everyone returns?
Yes.
And y'all will be a federal prosecutor.
Oh, a little under 3 years. I was, when I was, let's say I was out for 2 years, then I was a federal defender. So I did that for the 4 years. I had 3 assistants who did whole state. It's a bigger office now.
Yeah. Branch out a little bit. Like,
One of the guys who was an assistant of mine, who we spent six months on trial, is now on trial in Washington, D.C.
really?
Yeah, Gregory Craig, one of the best lawyers, who was charged in connection with, he was retained by the Ukrainian government.
Really?
And we charged him in connection with the Foreign Agent Registration Act. So he's actually on trial.
Wow. People find themselves in the,
I think this guy was, he was Assistant Secretary.
We're gonna skip ahead through
Chris
this.
Allegro.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead through this nonsense.
things that seem to be going on there, change after that.
Because,
So it's-
well, they're talking about the Foreign Agents Registration Act. That's a federal charge and a federal case.
It is, but
All right, here we go. Round 2. Ding ding.
No, Where's your favorite? Where's your favorite?
Favorite is
What's
balls.
better for you, Michael?
Sure.
Really? I mean, I don't want you to, you know, because you're exhausted or tired, okay?
All right, look. Again, from our standpoint, okay, the way we see things, what we've learned, just a little bit of what that is. You have to look at it this way. Fotis Dulos on Wednesday, prior to the 24th, to Grace Farms to be with his kids, and he
But he
doesn't.
didn't go to Grace Farm. For what I knew
All right,
for.
listen, just
Let me,
just
listen, say what I gotta say, and then you'll have all the opportunity for it. You send him a text, doesn't go through, he doesn't get it, he doesn't respond, you become angry, and you send him the emoji of the middle finger. Days later, you still bring it up because you're still upset about it. Okay? I've been through your phone, I've seen your phone. I see all the little snippets of when Fotis gets a text message and he takes, the little picture that you take. He gets a message from a female, and it's in Greek, and you're all over it.
Yes.
And I'm sure you bring it up to him, what's this?
And
Okay? Now, let's go to the 24th Friday. You wake up, you go in your bedroom, and Fotis isn't there. A few hours later, you come across his phone with Ken in the office. Fotis isn't there. And you expect us to believe that you didn't go looking for him the entire day, you didn't see him anywhere, you never questioned him, you weren't concerned about where he was, you didn't try to reach out to him. Why aren't you here? Why are you without your phone? Where are you? What are you doing? Yeah, I understand. So, we believe you know a lot more about this than what you're telling us. Okay? You don't want to call them lies, call them whatever you want. Then this document comes into play. You and Fotis sat down and did your documents
with Fabian.
with Pavel. You guys do your documents, and here you talk about you wake up at 6:40 together, you take a
Yes,
shower.
I said that.
You go along with it.
Okay, but then I'm not saying that I did.
Okay?
That's
The question
his
is,
timeline.
which is why, this is how it looks at this timeline. When we sat down with you the first time, this is the timeline you gave us. Reach out to the shower, I can read it to you. It's here, Michelle. So let me finish my point. Okay, so you're going through all this stuff. But what do you not tell us about? You don't tell us about the ride to Hartford. We had to bring that up. In fact, it's not even in here. Never happened, but it did. Okay, let me finish. You don't tell us about the key that just happens to end up in the Cherokee, but Pavel told us about the key. He even saw the key. And then he and Fotis disappear. And when they come back, you and the key are gone. Not the way you said it happened, but the way Pavel said it happened. We have to call you. We have to bring the key back to them.
But I didn't bring the key.
So let me finish my point. So that's not in here. Then we fast forward to the 29th, and the car wash. None of that's in here, and that's all important stuff. I find it hard to believe a girl, a woman, who's that on top of her man. You don't text me within the hour, I'm giving you the finger. And I saw the conversation with the whole thing, and it wasn't the first time that happened, where you guys went back and forth, all right? And then he's getting text messages from other women in Greek, and you're all over him. There's tons of women on that phone.
Yes.
Videos,
Did you see the
pictures.
time? When was that?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
I'm just talking about you because it kind of shows us a lot about you. And now he's not there, just so happens to be the day that his wife goes missing. He's not there, but his phone is. Did you ever ask him? Where were you?
Well, after when the police came, yes.
Okay.
Because the police
What did
came
you
at
say?
8:30 at night.
There's so much to this. There's no way you just didn't know. You're too involved. You're there. How do you hit this? So you really need to tell us what you truly know. You've been given the gift. All right, you've been given a gift to give yourself lots of freedoms in the future that you may not have. Jennifer Linton, her boyfriend, killed his 2 parents. They go missing. The girlfriend, she doesn't know anything. She gets arrested for one of the 2 charges you're charged with. She goes to jail for a lot less than what we have on you. She's doing 8 years. 8. And that's what you're looking at, but you have multiple counts. Andy can explain this to you. Help yourself and tell us what you know, because we all believe you know a lot more. And if we're going to continue to go through the timeline, we're all set.
Michelle, after Wednesday, when he's with Jennifer, you send him the middle finger emoji because he doesn't respond. Just when you have a chance, not sergeants. You're pissed off at him on Wednesday, right? You're mad at him?
I
You
was.
are, because why else did you give him that? That's a F you, right?
Yes.
So you're mad at him. Then on Friday, you wake up, he's not there. You don't know where he is. You told me you didn't know where he was, right? How do you not ask him where he was when he comes home for lunch? How does that happen?
Okay.
Folks, do you know more, yes or no? And if you do, give us that answer and then start telling us. If not, I think we're all set.
Okay.
From the beginning, when he started to think about this, everything.
No, that I don't know.
Do you know more, yes or no?
No, I don't know about anything that he declined or anything. I'm
Do
just
you know
telling
more about this, yes or no?
About what?
About Jennifer going missing and all the details that surround her. Do you know more than what you
No,
told
I'm
us
gonna
yesterday?
tell you. What he was like when I came out of the what's the called name of the A mountain that he asked for the paper towel. Yes, he was cleaning the Tacoma.
He was cleaning the
Tacoma.
All right, so you've given us a lot of detail, but it's not the detail we need to hear.
Okay.
If Fotis was cleaning the Tacoma, if you
Because
saw
he said
more,
he was still talking.
you need to give us
Okay,
that
I'll
detail,
give you every detail.
explicit detail.
That Wednesday, I tell you this, I didn't know where, I thought he was in Grace Farm. I found out that he wasn't in Grace Farm when he spoke with Jacob, probably Monday at night, and Jacob said, Fotis, were you inside that house that night? Were you, when you were having dinner? And I didn't know, I'm like, what are you talking about? And he said, because if there's a hair, a piece of skin, or whatever, of you inside that house, you're in big trouble.
In that house, Jennifer's house.
Jennifer's house.
Who else?
Huh?
Who else went in? Yeah, where's Jennifer?
Yeah.
And his response was,
No, I did not go in.
no, I did not go in.
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't know he was at the house.
I
Did
didn't
not go
know.
in the house.
I didn't know. So that's when I got really pissed off and I said, you lied to me.
Sure.
You didn't, you told me that you were in Grace Park and that's why there was no signal.
This is
Of
the Michelle
course-
we want to talk about.
Of course I was upset that day, because that was Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that was on a Monday that he spoke with Jacob that night. Okay, then prior of that day, I knew, because Fotis was lying to me. He told me that the day before Mother's Day, that I was in Boston with Nicole, and he came later that night. I said, how was your day? Oh, we had a fantastic time, we went to the fair. Wait, that was, when was Mother's Day? Maybe 12, so 11th. He went to the fair with the kids and the supervisor. Okay, and he said, no, we had a nice time, okay, perfect. I got you a gift, it was chocolate, okay, good. That night, and then he said, Constantine went to a lacrosse match. I'm like, and again, I'm like, why she does that? Why she takes the kids when it's your day to have them all? And he goes, well, you know how she is. And she said, no, but she just picked him up and took him to the whatever game. Okay, the next day, we were with all the family of Mark, having celebrating Mother's Day, and I hear Fotis telling Mark that Jennifer spent a couple of hours in that fair with him, and I didn't know either. So again, I got upset, I went to the car because I couldn't do a scene there. I called my mom and my sisters, then I went back to the place where we were having lunch. Yeah, I think it was a yacht, I don't know, to the restaurant where we were, and then that night, I'm like, why are you lying to me? And he said, well, I don't want you to get upset. So yes, it's true. Fotis had these things of chatting with women, looking at other women's, and I would get upset,
Yes.
but I didn't know until I found out.
Okay, so now let's go back to 80 Mountain Road.
Okay.
I understand that history and things that have said it, but we're here about what happened, Jennifer,
Okay.
all right?
Okay.
So tell us everything you saw. He's cleaning the Tacoma. So you see, why are we just getting that down? One by
No, I'm
one.
telling you.
Let's hear it.
Okay,
All the details.
he asked for a paper towel, he went inside, I think he went from the outside because I was outside, I said the paper towel is in the kitchen or it's upstairs because I put it in the bathroom, in one of the bathrooms. He went, grabbed it, and then at some point when I'm coming outside, he was walking from the Tacoma, like turning around from the Tacoma and walking towards me.
Which side of the Tacoma was he on? Driver's side?
Yeah.
Driver's side? Where's the driver's side?
No. The Tacoma was looking towards going out,
Which side was he coming from?
from the co-pilot,
The passenger
the
section.
passenger.
So if it's a pickup truck, so there's only a driver and a passenger.
Well, does that export was one? Okay, but it was from here, and this is the driver, the passenger.
Okay.
So he was coming from here,
Okay,
and then he walked and he grabbed it, he gave me a piece of paper over the toilet, paper towel, and I put it inside where I had the bag of cleaning, what I was cleaning the house.
okay. Did you see spilled coffee?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you see a coffee cup?
No, because I didn't look inside the car.
Did the paper towel smell like coffee?
No, I didn't smell
So
it.
it was still, you're holding
But-
coffee sticks.
Pero bueno, I hold the paper towel, but I didn't smell it, I didn't see that,
But even still, you didn't smell coffee.
no.
You know, coffee is when you smell it stinks.
Yeah,
smell it.
yeah, that's true, yeah.
What other detail can you
So,
give?
the other detail, before Pavel arrived, we were against that Tacoma. Can I put a,
Don't.
well, he was behind me. I pushed him like that, I turn around, I put my hands in his pocket, and he goes like this, and said, I'll give you the surprise tonight, something like that. He made like a joke. And that's when Pavel arrived.
Does that happen on the passenger side of the car?
Yes, because the Tacoma was looking that way.
I'm gonna ask you a question, I'm just curious, from my own mind. When you're on the passenger side of the car, you guys fooling around?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. That's all I need.
I'm going to pause it at 2:53:47. The defendant just indicated that her and Mr. Dulos were fooling around on the passenger side of what vehicle?
The Toyota Tacoma.
Now, at any point during your June 2nd, 2019 interview, did the defendant give this detail that her and Fotis were being physical with each other?
Not at all, no.
How about on June 6th, 2019?
No, not at all.
This is the house with the poor garage. This door was the one open. That the home, let's say, was here.
Conversation. Is that the keys? Yeah, did I?
Then,
So there's gonna be something
and
that
then Babel comes.
you're gonna hear that, okay,
Babel
I don't know what
comes.
your evidence is, but I want you to hear something relating to the time. Okay.
Something like that. So this is the driver's passenger, and we were here, and Babel comes, and I believe these cars were here later.
So this is the passenger side of the Tacoma, and the door is open.
Yes, and.
All right, Michelle, I'm just gonna ask you.
Yes,
Are you guys having sex? You and Fotis?
not with our clothes on, but
You
it was.
were getting there, and then Pavel arrived?
Yeah, but we weren't, I don't think we were gonna have sex.
Okay.
But yes, we were,
So regardless, you guys were fooling around and sexually
yes.
in the passenger side of the Tacoma with the door open.
We decided to have sex in the blood-covered truck. That makes total sense. Fotis, he showed me that passion. He was a Greek man. He showed me that beautiful Mediterranean passion. And I just couldn't help myself, so we rolled all over in the blood. We got Jennifer's blood all over us. Notice that's her way of explaining away if they find their DNA all over the place. Which isn't a bad idea, but they never found their DNA anywhere, so... Yeah. Vanessa, you had a question here? What's your question, Vanessa? Vanessa says, how did she meet this dude? I think they met down in Florida. Fotis was like a professional or like very into water skiing. And Michelle is a former ESPN personality for like ESPN Deportes. She's from Venezuela. And I think they met down in Miami. I think she lived in Miami at the time because there's a massive Venezuelan expat community down in Miami, as they might call it. So, yeah. Yes, Nico says that's hot. Yeah, this is... So let's get back to this.
Yes.
And that's at 80 Mountain on the 24th.
On the 20th.
After Fotis has cleaned that up.
Yes, because he gave me a paper, I went in and then I came out.
Okay. So, please continue.
Babel arrives, they make like a joke, no, because like 3 weeks later or a month before, Babel found us in the kitchen. And since that day, we were making jokes, like, okay, we're not doing anything. I think Babel says something about bicycle. He talks about a bicycle.
Okay, tell me about the rest.
No, he said, oh, you're riding bicycle, you're doing rides with the bicycle. And that's before they were talking, that was either before or after talking about 61 surgery.
All right. What do you mean? Pavel says this today, on the 24th, the bicycle conversation comes up.
Yes.
So Pavel,
I'm almost
just let me
sure.
just
But
make sure I
then I
understand.
saw Babel on Tuesday, when the time, with the three of us.
Did Pavel say that he saw a bicycle in New Canaan on the 24th at 61 Sturbridge? No, I'm trying to understand. So there was a bicycle at this house. Which bike was it?
Not a motorcycle, a bicycle.
Bicycle?
Yes,
Okay.
for this whole bicycle.
What color is it?
Dark gray, brownish,
It's dark gray round bike. Is that bike at Fort Jefferson?
it must be.
It must be.
It must be there.
Okay, tell me what Pavel said about the bicycle.
Something of riding, are you riding bicycle, or you're training, are you being Armstrong, something like that.
Okay. You know why I said that?
Because he was making a joke because he saw a bicycle.
Okay, so at 80 Mountain that day, there was a bicycle.
That was a bicycle.
Was the bicycle in the Tacoma?
No, it was inside the house.
It was inside the house?
Not inside the house, in the garage. In the
You were
garage.
talking about it.
It's a,
Just going to pause it at 2:57:15.
Okay, we know that's not true.
The defendant just
thing was
indicated
in
to you
the
that she
truck.
saw a bicycle in the garage of what residence?
Of 80 Mountain Spring Road.
On June 2nd, 2019, did the defendant indicate to you that she had seen Fotis Dulos' bicycle at 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, not at all.
How about on June 6th, 2019? Did that detail come out?
No, it did not.
it's an old bicycle of Fotis that Fotis said that he had it since he was like 18. Because I have, when I went to pick up my stuff, I grabbed the 3 bicycles, 2 that are mine, and I have them, they're in the hotel. The mountain one, the street one, those 2 are mine, and a street of Fotis that is like great. But that one, I bought it, we bought these 2 together like last year.
And was that bicycle at 80 Mountain ever before?
Which,
Excuse me, the bicycle that they're talking about, the gray.
I don't know, because I go to this house only when he shows it to some clients in particular.
And no kind of bike it is?
No, but it's not an old one. It's at a
Is
20.
it a Mercer?
I know it's supposed to be a good bicycle, but old.
Okay. So what else?
And that's it. And then at some point we all leave.
All right, so now let's talk about the keys.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna be open with you, just gonna tell you. Pavel sees the keys hanging in the passenger side door. And
Okay,
he arrives at 80 Mountain.
okay,
He and Fotis go for a walk and they talk about the grassing. And then it's coming up nicely, the area where the ribbon is. According to Pavel, that's when you leave. And when they come back, the keys are gone.
so.
Suggesting that you
I
took
took
the
the
keys.
keys.
So I'm just going to pause it at 2:58:49. Detective Clabby was relating what Pavel Gumiani had stated during his interview. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But that's not exactly what Mr. Gumiani said, correct?
That's correct. That was not what Mr. Guimini had said.
What information did Mr. Gumiani provide during his interview?
Mr. Guimini indicated
Objection,
that,
hearsay.
Well, the question is, what did Mr. Gomeni say during his 10-hour interview concerning the bicycle? And the objection is hearsay. Well, the panoramic view of what is being shown to the jury is relevant to the questions that are being asked of the defendant. So then in this court view, offered for the truth, but how the police are going to interrogate the defendant concerning the bike. Overruled.
What did Mr. Gumiani say regarding the keys?
Mr. Guimini said that he was leaving, when he left 80 Mountain Spring Road, he left in the Raptor. As he was leaving, he saw the keys to his vehicle in the door of his vehicle. He thought for a moment to retrieve them at that time. He decided that he was going to be coming right back. He left them, he left, and when he returned with Fotis Dulos in the Raptor, the keys were missing.
There's no reason why I took the keys and I left, but I.
So this is where the problem is. This is where it's problematic. This is where we come back to this. All the things that we talked about in here that were said by you, not once, sometimes twice, because we met 2 times before, that
But I said.
that were less than truthful. Now all of a sudden, you're taking the keys. You have to understand how that looks, okay? You do look very bad,
Yes.
okay? You need to explain, why did you go along with this? Because it looks like you do, and what you're saying.
He
Alright, explain it, alright?
Okay.
This is your chance to
On
explain.
Tuesday morning, after I drop off Nicole, Pavel and Nicole,
What day, what day, Tuesday?
28.
28.
Okay.
After dropping off Nicole in the school, I come back. Fotis and Pavel, at some point they arrive to the kitchen. Fotis grabs a book, another book, tears those pages and says, we have to write timelines to remember what happened that day. Pavel said, I don't need to write because I'm gonna remember. And I said, I have to write because I'm not gonna remember. Because, I don't know, I must have a very brilliant mind, me I don't.
So did you write out your note?
No, that's not my handwriting. That's.
So that's what I'm asking, did you write out your note to remember?
I wrote one, but mine were highlighted first. My arm, took people to school.
This one?
Exactly, that one. Took people to school, like it was very basic,
Right,
the way I wrote it.
right.
And he was the one saying, okay, Pavel, and you arrived, let's say 4:30, I don't remember what time he put Pavel. And Pavel said, you look like shit
Two.
to Fotis, like that he looked like shit.
Okay.
And Fotis said, oh, don't say that. Fotis told Pavel. That was like one thing that I was like, well, I don't know the meaning of it. Then he said, Michi, you took the keys from Pavel's car, and I said, okay, yes. Like, it wasn't like important for me. Well, it wasn't important because first, I thought that to write a timeline was to kind of remember what you did that day. which if you see my timeline has nothing. It was like alarm.
So Pavel said you took the keys and Fotis said.
Fotis said to me.
Fotis.
Fotis said that?
Fotis said, he said, Michi, you took the keys. And I said, yes. And he said, and we have to go back and get the car, or pick up the pickup truck, Pavel's car in 80. And that's how he was going through the timeline. But he was the one writing.
And he's the one that said what? About the keys and the timeline.
He said, Michi, you took the keys of Pavel's car. And I said, yes.
In what?
And then we had to go and pick up the car.
No.
Well, you gave me the keys?
It's a different story. They're trying to.
Well, I'm telling you that what I remember of him in the kitchen arguing with us or telling us in the kitchen with Pavel.
Okay, but there's already things that Pavel is bringing up that Fotis is saying don't tell the police about, right? Like you look like shit, right?
Yes.
Oh, what about the keys? Did Fotis?
I don't think.
Okay, well, what we think happened is what we heard happen is Pavel said, and you took the keys, and Fotis said, we're going to leave her out of it.
What do you mean leave her out?
We're going to not tell the police, just like Fotis said. We're not going to tell the police about Pavel saying, look, I don't know shit. I'm not going to tell them that.
Oh, yes, that he said,
Okay.
but he didn't say don't tell the police. He said, well,
I understand, but the meaning was,
no,
no, the things that you're not allowed to tell the police never made it into the story. That's the situation you're in. When we sat down with you the first time, everything you told us was from this paper. Okay? All the untrue statements were from this paper. At this point, it doesn't matter who wrote it. You're the one that said it. I'm not the one that has to answer that. Okay? There was a reason why you followed this, and I'm calling it a script because that's pretty much what it is. All right? What you wrote, you wrote a timeline. Okay? Cool. It's in here. All right? That's a timeline.
And
This is a script. Friday the 24th. And it just goes through. Michelle's supposed to hurt me before she can.
because I didn't read this, I did mine.
But when we go through everything you told us the first time we met, it's 100% that page.
Dress, jeans.
It's on the page that's that house order.
Okay.
You memorized it.
Oh, you did.
And okay. You're the one that regurgitated those words. You know, I wanted to include taking a shower together.
We can stop it now.
Bueno, but then
30442.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that there isn't going to be a session on Monday. It's a state holiday. We are going to resume with the state's case on Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock. Have a safe weekend. Please do not discuss the case. Please do not follow media reports about the case.
That's it. They still have a bunch more of this to go, but yeah, this ain't looking good for Michelle. Michelle, she's not to go, she's going bye-bye like Jennifer. Let me see what you guys voted here, because we are done, so let's see what the vote is. The votus for Fotis. No, nobody laughed. That's okay. Oh, come on, load up. 182 people watching. Thank you so much for being here, guys. If you guys have any questions, put them down below. But yeah, we are fully caught up. There is no trial until tomorrow. Today, courts are closed. It is President's Day. El Presidente. Dios los Presidentes. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's how Jennifer, that's how Michelle would pronounce it. Okay, so the votes are in. We are ending the poll. All right. So the poll's over. Did the poll question is, did Michelle help murder Jennifer Dulos? 50% of you say yes. I'm inclined to, she had something to do with it based on the way she's acting. I'm having a very tough time believing her. I'm trying to give her the benefit of the doubt here, guys, but it's not working. 60% of you said no, I don't think so. And then 33% of you say, ay, los míos, no hable inglés. Which I think is a fair answer too. But yeah, her talking is not helping things. Jeez Louise, this is so bad. Don't do what Michelle's doing. This is not good, guys. I really mean it. I truly, truly mean it. Don't be like her. Don't be like her. So Otto, yes, you got first, and I will say, we got to go back. I don't know if it'll let me get all the way to the top now, but yes, you do get credit for being first. You were first, and you were adamant about it, so congratulations, Otto. Being first is very important. Because if you ain't first, you last. Neurotic saying, isn't she sitting there with her lawyer? Yes. He's the one who's saying, well, make sure you tell them so we know what's going on. It's like, no. I mean, I think she was, his attorney's still trying to say, like, oh, we can turn this around. And here's the thing. Maybe her attorney had spoken with the DA and said, like, look, if you guys get this right, it's still okay. Which maybe that was the case, and she just kept on shooting herself in the foot. I could see that being an issue. But I could also just see this is just a cavalcade of stupidity. So, who really knows? Yes. Instructions unclear, just talk to the cops. Well, oh well. No habléis con la policía. Yes. That's a good answer there. Now, guys, just a programming note real quick. Tonight, we're doing the live show on Locals like normal. And that's over at potentiallycriminal.locals.com. It's just like Patreon, except there really aren't any rules. And they don't get all ridiculous with how, if you say something they don't like, you can see me on over there. But over there, guys, we get to hang out. I do 2 live shows a week there. I do a live show Monday nights. And the past couple of Mondays, we've been going for the full... You've been getting a full load. A full 3-hour blast of programming. So it's been usually pretty good. Thursday nights, we do a show after the weekly Thursday night stream we have here on YouTube. We then take it over to Locals and do another show after that, just to hang out. So, stuff that's kind of funny, stuff that wouldn't necessarily fly. You know, things about... I'm sure you can guess, like, the election, COVID, things like that. Yes, old line red is correct. Never assume intelligent plan when stupidity is a possibility. Yes, that's Heinlein's razor. Yes, never assume your enemy's planning when it could just be more likely they're idiots and malicious. Which, I mean, that's the thing. Jennifer's not a mastermind. I think she's stupid, and she's going to go down for that stupidity, sadly. Because you would like to see her not, but... I think she deluded herself into helping hide the body and do whatever it was that was going on. So. Joe Lloyd says, gosh, you will get me with the dropping off. So, yeah, so that's where we are. That is where we are with Michelle right now. I will give you a bit of a note. Also, tomorrow night, 8 p.m., we will do the... Hannah Reid interview. We'll play that through because starting on Wednesday, your girl's going to trial. Hannah Reid's going to trial. I'm going to be in and out of court Wednesday and Thursday, so I won't be able to see it live with you guys. We'll recap it, though. And then on Friday, I think I'll have time to watch it live, but I'm not sure. Either way, remember, there's going to be jury selection involved, so Wednesday, Thursday might be a snoozer. Might be a snoozer if it's jury selection, so... Because it's not a bench trial. So I don't know how long I think jury selection is going to take. And if it's jury selection, we're not going to watch that. I'd rather, as much as I don't like Michelle Troconis, I'd rather try to cut my foot off with this bad boy than do that. So, yes, yawn. What did I say, guys? If you also were aware, if you are a member, there are new emojis. There is the muted emoji, and there is a killdozer emoji. So, guys, play with those. We're working on more. I didn't realize we have 400 members. That's a lot of freaking members. Holy cow. We could have all kinds of emojis, but that means you guys have to keep your memberships up. Because if you don't, well, then they go away. So, something to think about. Where's the Clyde emoji? Working on that. Working on getting a Clyde one. Anyways, in the meantime, Clyde! Come here, Bubber. Hi, Bubby. Come here. Hey. No. I don't have food for you. Up here. Hey. Dinglebop. Come here. I literally see you. Come on. Hi. Oh, you're getting fat. Hi, buddy. Oh, thank you. You don't want to say hi to nobody? Hey. Look, buddy. Look. The camera. You want to say hi to people? You want to say hi? Do you want to speak into the microphone? You don't want to? He's like, no, I'll just show you my butt. Oh, hold on here. So, like I said, guys, Hannah Reed may be interesting at first, but we are going to do the interview of her tomorrow with the police, where she talked to police, guess what? Without an attorney. So, wasn't a good idea, was it, Clyde? No, it was not. Clyde's like, that would be really dumb. So, he's a good boy. He tries to be. He tries to be. What do you think, Bob, huh? What, do you want to watch Michelle Troconis anymore, or were you sleeping? I know you're sleeping. It took you a minute to come in here. Hi, buddy. Clyde knows well enough not to talk to the cops. I know. When they came to the house, he ran right inside. So, all right, guys. So that is it. I don't know if you guys have any more questions here. I don't see anything else. I think we might pack it up for right now. Get some other stuff done. The dog's fed up with Michelle. Yeah. Owners look like their dogs. Hold on. Okay, now we look like... Come here, Clyde. Look, see? It's okay, buddy. No, we look like each other. And then... All right, guys. We will see you guys a little bit later tonight. We'll probably start right at 8:30 just because we're done now. And then, yeah, there's nothing else to catch up with right now. I know Adam Montgomery's still going. We'll try to recap that at some point coming up. But we will see how, like I said, if Hannah Reed's only a jury selection, there's nothing we can do. Alec Baldwin does have a hearing tomorrow. But I don't think there's anything good going to come out of that. That's a very preliminary hearing. It's a very basic hearing. I don't think... he's not going to be present. It's going to be his attorneys on Zoom. If somebody records it, we can go through it at a later point in time. So we'll take care of it then. So until then, guys, until tonight, like I said, we'll see you over at Locals. If you don't have... if you want to become a supporter for free, you can use promo code CRIMINAL2024. And then you can watch the live stream, because live stream is for supporters only. So either $3 a month, or you can do 1 month free. Actually, this is when we hear about Fanny. We're coming back to court on Thursday, but it's not been clear what's going to happen yet. But I have a feeling that there's going to be some more testimony had. Or he's just going to straight up disqualify her. I think he's going to do that. Which will be hilarious. Would it be hilarious, Clyde? All right. He's not talking, so. With that said, guys, have a great night, and I will see you guys a little bit later. Take care. Bye, everybody. Actually, and even though she may have done it, doesn't mean Michelle's guilty, but it is not looking good for her right now. I'll say it like that. Just because she did it. Oof. It's going to be a rough road for Michelle. Take care, everybody. Bye. Wait, why did this end? I hit end.